very anticipated new show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. I remember The Summer I Turned Pretty. Its young, talented stars will give us the scoop, and guess who stopped by Studio 1A this morning? Well, it's Kim Kardashian. I know, we can't believe it either. We're going to bring you that conversation, plus we're celebrating an absolute legend, the one and only Lionel Richie, who just hit the big 7'3", 73 years young. That's all ahead, but first, here's today's Pop Start with Chanel.
And you know what I want to start with today?
Of course.
Beyonce. Overnight, Queen Bee dropped her latest single. It's called Break My Soul. And this thing just might be breaking the internet. I'm not even kidding. It's the first track off her upcoming album. It's called Renaissance. And no surprise here, but the Beehive is already buzzing to this dancey hit. Do you guys want to hear a little clip?
Yes.
All right, let's listen. So this is one of those anthems. You're inspired. You're not gonna break my soul. She talks about, you work all day. Whether it's a significant other, whatever it is, you want to break my soul. So
Summer to summer.
yeah, no question.
Spent a lot of money on the video.
Oh, well, that was just the lyrical.
I know, I was just
from the
kidding.
80s.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more to come. So Beyonce's album Renaissance is scheduled to be released July 29th. All right, next up, Kate Bush, the 80s singer, has been running up the charts ever since her throwback tune made the new Stranger Things soundtrack. As a reminder, here's a taste of Running Up That Hill. Do you love it?
I mean, I've always loved Running Up That Hill. You never heard that song?
Yeah.
Where were you in the 80s? Probably like
She was
5.
like 2.
Yeah, exactly. She was 5. She was no. Well,
Thanks to
I was depressed in my room listening to that song.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got Beyonce, you got that. Thanks to Stranger Things, that 37-year-old track is breaking records. Is it a 37-year-old track?
Yeah.
Right now it's number 3.
I was 13 when I liked it.
On
You were
Billboard's
3.
Global 200 list. And in the UK, according to official charts data, it's taken the top spot.
Wow.
Bush released a statement on her song's resurgence, thanking the Netflix creators and writing by featuring Running Up That Hill in such a positive light as a
Talisman.
for Max, one of the main female characters. The song has been brought into the emotional arena of her story. She says, I'm overwhelmed by the scale of affection and support the song is receiving. I have to admit, I feel really moved by it all. That's really sweet. Bush is now the oldest female artist to hit number 1 on the UK charts. Good for her, a title previously held by Cher, who, by the way, congratulated Kate on Twitter, writing, "Bravo, Kate. Records are meant to be broken."
Yes.
So here to that. And finally, Kristen Bell. If you've been holding on to fears that there would never be another Frozen movie, well, guess what? We're here to tell you it's time to let it go. Last night, Belle, who famously voices Princess Anna in the franchise, stopped by The Tonight Show, and she dropped some pretty major news. But her announcement did come with one small caveat. Take a look.
I would like to officially announce, with zero authority, Frozen 3.
Wow!
Please bear in mind, I did say zero authority because I can't do that.
Yeah, you can't announce it.
I can't do that. No, I'm not in charge.
But there could be something maybe in the works and maybe happening. Maybe.
Well, I'll keep it mysterious, but I know it's
I kind of feel like that means it's happening.
I think it means it's happening.
She wouldn't go out there.
I don't.
And by the way, you can't tease little girls.
No.
Yeah.
You can't be like, there's going to be Frozen 3.
I don't know
and
if
then
they're all
there is.
watching Fallon, but
Yes.
So here's the thing. So it may not, that's true. It may not be an official announcement, but Belle did tell Jimmy that she and Idina Menzel are both in.
So it
the
has to
princesses
happen.
are waiting.
What are they waiting for? Olaf? No.
Frozen-
We got the princesses.
Frozen 3, that was good. You're so good.
He's my favorite.
I know, I like it.
By the way,
Yes.
if the first 2 movies made like $2 billion,
Yes.
there'll be a Frozen.
Yeah.
Please answer
Frozen
that.
3.
So
I've also never seen Frozen.
Oh, stop.
Because you have
I saw
boys.
it once on a plane without headphones,
Oh,
so
that's
that's all I
Well,
have.
it's really good. It's all about
You're
the
missing
sisterhood.
out.
Yeah.
We have a few more items for you, starting with Brian Wilson. The Beach Boy turned 80 yesterday, and the biggest names in music showed up to help him celebrate. In a special tribute, legendary artists like Sir Elton John, Smokey Robinson, Carole King, and Barry Gibb shared their kind words for Wilson on his special day. Closing out the video, Bob Dylan even dropped in with a little happy birthday tune. Check this out.
You've inspired me all my life. To me, you're the only real pop genius in the world, and I love you very much. Have the best day.
Happy birthday to you, my friend. And I'm honored to be able to say congratulations to you. I followed you all of my life.
Happy birthday to you.
And of course, we too are wishing Brian a very happy 80th birthday. And finally, Harry Styles. It's Pride Month, and he just helped one fan come out in a very big way. At a recent London show, the chart topper grabbed a sign from the crowd that read, "Help me come out." Well, take a look at what he did.
When this flag goes above my head, you are officially out. Okay? I think that's how it works. Right, when this sign goes over the head, you're officially gay, my boy.
Talk about a legendary story to tell. Definitely a coming out story for the books. Those are your Pop Start Plus headlines. Still to come, the buzz over a new show that already has people talking. The Summer I Turned Pretty. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The teen romance genre is alive and well, folks, with the new show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. We've had this one on our radar because the trailer featured Taylor Swift's version of her 2014 track, This Love. The show is about a summer love triangle. Its creator and executive producer, Jenny Han. You might know her work from another beloved series, To All the Boys I've Loved Before. Well, Han and the young cast told us about the show and why it and the books it's based on resonates so much.
My family spends every summer in Cousins Beach with my mom's best friend and her two sons, Conrad and Jeremiah.
The Summer I Turned Pretty is about a girl's coming of age. It's about her having one magical summer where a lot of dreams come true and also don't come true.
But this summer,
See you guys later.
it's different.
Damn, you look hot. Stop flirting with my sister.
I play Belly. She is a 15, almost 16-year-old girl who is entering sort of this new chapter of her life. I felt that I could relate to her a lot, being, a teenager myself and being 16 not too long ago and still sort of being in that period of so much change and really still figuring out like who I am and what my path looks like. So I really love being able to bring that to life in her shoes.
Susanna told me she knew I was destined for one of her boys. I always hoped it would be Conrad, but then there was Jeremiah.
You're my best friend.
The love triangle is, it's really special. She has this incredible connection that is so different with these two boys. and they're such important parts of her life. She has such different love for each of them, but I think that was a lot of fun to explore and to sort of, figure out with Chris, who plays Conrad, and Gavin, who plays Jeremiah, and then with Jenny too, because, she's the one who wrote it. So everyone will have their own, opinion about who they favored. But I think when it comes down to it, it's all Belly's decision and what she truly feels in her heart.
What's special about the love triangle is that it's messy, is that it's young, it's passionate, and when things happen quickly, it leaves a lot of room for people to make mistakes, and a lot of room for people to try and cover up their mistakes with more mistakes, and just the snowball effect of things happening and the way that things affect each other and other people outside of the love triangle, and how the rest of the world affects them. And I think my favorite part of playing Conrad was just trying to figure him out, because he's sort of an enigma. And I had a long time from when I got cast to when we started filming, and it took me the whole time to really love him, which I do. But to be able to just find his ins and outs, what makes him tick, why he's so mean sometimes, it was fun as an actor, really fun.
Jeremiah is so special to me because he is that life of the party. He is that golden retriever, and he really does try to care for everyone that's in his life. And I think sometimes that's at his own peril, and I think that his insecurities and his lack of confidence and trying to find out who he is in life and in all of his relationships, I think was so much fun, and it was just so special to explore that on film. I played Steven, a handsome yet vain high achiever. He's real snarky, and he's an older brother with a lot of love. I think that's a big defining characteristic. He leads with his heart, and that's probably my favorite part of playing him. That no matter what the situation is, it always comes from here.
Yeah, we spent an absurd amount of time together. Sean and I lived across the street from each other, and we would just drive each other to work to spend more time with each other, to a point where we each got stuck at set a few times with no way home because the other person got cut early that day. But it was worth it because then we got to spend more time together.
Yeah.
Always worth it.
Boys might come and go, but a best friend is once in a lifetime.
I think that The Summer I Turned Pretty really celebrates friendship between two women, and how, you actively make the choice to choose each other again and again. With Laurel and Susanna in this beach house and the world that they've created for themselves and for their kids, it's a choice that they make because they go back there every summer, and they are each other's person. And then we get to see some friendship on the teen side with Belly and Taylor, and as you grow up, I think you realize in many ways you're very different people, and you think, if I met this person now, we might not be friends, but there is some connection between the two of you where you will always really value and treasure that person because they've known you before you were you. And I think, so it's sort of different aspects of friendship. Cousins is inspired by a lot of different beaches. I would say Cape Cod is probably the main one in my head because I was spending a lot of time in Cape Cod when I was writing the books, but I also spent time on Martha's Vineyard and the Hamptons and the Nag's Head, which is in North Carolina. So I think I borrowed something from all of those beaches, and I think it's why these books have really resonated with people all over, because everybody has a beach where they're from or that they've been to as a kid. So people in Sweden or in Vietnam, can kind of imagine their own beach.
There's something in the show for everyone. I think that there's a relationship between the parents, between the guys, between the girls, the guys and girls, and I think there's so much to explore for everybody.
Thanks to that crew for hanging out with us. We should mention The Summer I Turned Pretty is available on Prime Video. Up next, get ready for Kim Kardashian's visit to Studio 1A.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe?
If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. Kim Kardashian has so much going on. The latest, a new skincare line. This morning on Today, she opened up to Savannah and Hoda about that project and so much more.
We're back with Kim Kardashian.
Oh, she's a business mogul, a fashion icon, a reality star, aspiring lawyer, mom of 4. I'm exhausted. I'm totally exhausted.
Yes. You're here to talk about life, about love, about the launch of your newest beauty line. But we have to say you do have a tan when you walked in the door.
A glow, I would say.
A glow.
That's Skin by Kim glow
Yes.
with a little vacay.
Okay, let's talk a little vacay first, and then we'll talk about the skin. How was your vacation with Pete?
It was so, I would say the best way to describe it was just really relaxing. Like, to be away from 4 kids for just even a few days is heaven.
You know what I love
I love
about-
my kids, but you know.
I know you do.
Any mom knows what I'm
Of course,
talking about.
of course, we all do. You know what I love about this, too, is what I love about your relationship with him is you pursued him. You asked for his
And
number.
that's so
not me.
That's so not you.
It's so not me.
What is the first text you send to him? Like, hey, it's Kim. We met backstage at SNL.
Yeah, it was just, well, he gave me advice. I ran into him a little bit before at the Met, and he gave me good advice, knowing I was going to be on it. So I just reached out and said, hey, thank you so much for that advice. It was so much fun. Just something cash, like leaving it open.
Well, how do you decide how much to, like, when to introduce your kids, how much to share with your kids when you have kind of a new man in your life?
Yeah, well, luckily I have a sister that has been through it all, and we talked about it, and I consulted with a few therapists and friends that have been through it. So I definitely wanted to wait 6 months, and that was like the marker. And I think it's different for everyone, and different things work for different people, but you just have to do what feels right and try to just be as respectful and cautious and as possible.
Yeah. Did this relationship take you by surprise? Did you really?
It did.
Think that, oh, I might actually have a boyfriend?
Yeah, well, I waited a while.
Yeah.
I waited like a good 10 months before I was ready to open myself up. And I think you definitely need that time to yourself. And then once you're ready to get out there, I felt like I just wanted new energy and something different. And it definitely took me by surprise.
Well, it was Father's Day Sunday, and I saw that you posted something really beautiful about Kanye. Just how is all of that going?
You know, it's going good. We had, Father's Day at the house. The kids, spent the day with him, and then we had a big Father's Day dinner. And North cooked, so it's of course I wanted to honor and respect the amazing people and fathers, men in my life that have raised me and are raising my children. So everything's going good.
Good. Well, let's talk about the dress. You went to the Met Gala. You wore this beautiful, iconic Marilyn Monroe dress. We were just talking, you said you were shocked on TikTok. Some people didn't even know who Marilyn Monroe was.
That was the most shocking thing to me. And that's why I was so happy to at least have that opportunity, and that Ripley's gave me the opportunity to, share this moment so that it could live on. I mean, I respect her. I understand how much this dress means to American history. And with the theme being American, I thought, what is more American than Marilyn Monroe singing happy birthday to the President of the United States? I mean, it was such a process. I had to change. I showed up to the red carpet in a robe and slippers, and I put the dress on the bottom of the carpet.
Oh my gosh.
Went up the stairs. I probably had it on for 4 minutes. And then I changed right at the top of the stairs.
So all of we keep seeing stuff like the dress is ruined, the dress is this. All of that is not true.
No, and I mean, Ripley's we worked together so well. There was handlers and gloves that put it on me.
Ripley's has said that the dress wasn't damaged. By the way, you had to lose 16 pounds to fit into the dress, which I don't know where you found 16 pounds, but I mean, what was that like? And what do you think? Some people are like, oh, she shouldn't have done that, or what message does it send? What do you think about all that?
Yeah, you know what? I looked at it like a role, and I really wanted to wear this dress. It was really important to me. And, it actually taught me a lot about my lifestyle and my health. And since then, afterwards, I continued to eat really healthy. I mean, I'm down 21 pounds now.
Wow.
I'm not trying to lose any more weight, but I have more energy than ever. I cut out so much sugar, a lot of junk food I was eating. I didn't even realize it, a lot of fried foods, and I just completely changed my lifestyle.
Well, you have a luminous look, and we know that part of it is because of this incredible line that you've started, and the packaging is amazing. How is this different from something else we might see on a shelf?
Well, this is exactly what I use. It's a 9-step system, but you only use 8 products at the same time. One's a day and one's a night oil. But I think people were really wanting me to go with just a few products and launching with something. And at my age, there is a lot that goes into making sure that my skin is well taken care of. And I wanted to share exactly what I use.
You have a hilarious quote in the New York Times. I think you said, if it takes poop all over my face, I'll do it.
I think I said I would eat it.
I would eat it, okay, or something. I was like, oh, my 5-year-old could arrange that. But I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're not like, oh, I wake up like this. It actually takes some effort.
I think you get to a place where you're at peace with aging, and I'm totally there, but I will do everything I can to make sure that I look and feel my best.
My girlfriend says, going down fighting. That's her motto.
Now,
that is the best.
I know Pete uses some of your products. What's his favorite of this group? Do you know?
He really I've learned so much about skincare actually from him. He's really into skincare.
Really?
Yes, he is. That's like our thing. We go to dermatologists and facials, and I think everyone loves our vitamin C serum.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
And is there an ingredient? Is there something in there that again kind of makes it stand out?
Well, I think everyone really loves the description of using a hyaluronic acid serum, which plumps up all your skin, and then it kind of allows your skin to take in all of the serum. So then that's when you put your vitamin C serum on, and the moisturizer just kind of tops it all off and holds it all in. I would say, Kylie posted about the moisturizer and has already requested me to send her
We're going to dunk our heads in it after the show, hoping that we get the results our results may vary. But I have to ask you, I always have to ask about Lawyer Kim.
Yes.
You passed the baby bar.
Yes.
I'm proud of you.
And so what's 2 years to go?
I mean, amazing. So 2 years to go, and then you take the California bar.
2 years in, 2 years to go.
But you're still committed, still going forward.
Yes, 3 hours a day.
Wow.
In meeting with professors, and I'm studying Civ Pro and Crim Pro now. So I do 2.
You're speaking her language.
And you are. I know. Let's talk Latin after the show.
Next.
Yes. Oh, evidence. Yep. I remember it all. Kim,
good luck.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Kim K in 1A. What a treat. Up next, we're sharing our endless love for the legendary Lionel Richie.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. The super talented Lionel Richie has crafted the soundtrack to so many of our lives. This week, the icon marks his 73rd birthday. To honor the man, the myth, the legend, here are a few of his appearances on Today, back in the 80s, talking about the thing he does best, making music.
This introduction I'm about to make sounds disjointed. It is only because there is so much I would like to say about our next guest. In the entire history of the pop charts, only one man has ever hit the top at the same time in 3 different categories: as singer, as composer, as songwriter. He is Lionel Richie. He is, of course, the leader of the Commodores. He has composed, written, Lady for Kenny Rogers. He's done a duet, Endless Love, with Diana Ross. How many would you like me to go on?
It sounds like a good case of ulcers to me. I don't know about anything else.
Welcome back.
Good to be here. Good to see you.
You're busy, and congratulations. You're with us on the occasion of your first single. It is entitled appropriately, Lionel Richie.
Oh, yeah.
And it's due in record stores tomorrow.
It is in record stores tomorrow, and I'm so happy about it because I'm finished. I think the hardest case of working with someone has been Lionel Richie, working with Lionel Richie. It's unbelievable that I could spend that much time on an album.
Considering all your past success, I mean, and the track record is terrific. How big a deal can this be? I mean, that it's your first.
You know what it is? When you're doing, let's say, an Endless Love, it's one song. If you do a Kenny Rogers, you're thinking about maybe 2 or 3 songs. When you think about Lionel Richie, I Go Back, I have about 185 to 190 songs written. Now, try to pick 9 songs out of 185 songs. I spent a month going through saying, well, I want this one, I don't want this one. Then I narrowed it down. I told Motown, I said, we're getting close now. Now I have to pick from 60.
Yeah, you could have made a double album.
I could have made a double album, you know.
You know, if people look on this closely enough, they find some interesting collaborators on some various things.
I've got some good people there.
Okay, what's Kenny Rogers doing on it?
Well, I could not do an album or a country song on this album without the help of Kenny. Kenny actually wanted to get involved with this album on any level, and I love him about that because of the fact that he said I helped him on his, and he said, why not let me help you on yours? And he did just that. He came in with the 2 other guys from the first edition that he used to play with, Ken Vassey and Terry Williams, and they set up all afternoon, singing background vocals, and Kenny slid over on the lead part with me at the hook.
Would you rather be called a balladeer or a rock star?
You know what? I think in the long run, if you want to talk about careers, the balladeer will be there. But if you want to talk about the overall success story, I mean, the total entertainer, I would probably be one to think of as the all-around songwriter more so than anything else.
So cool to hear the musical process from a total pro. Okay, that was your Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here. Tomorrow we'll have some insight into the show Rutherford Falls. See you then.
Do you ever just look around and say, I can't believe we did this?
Yes, totally. That was like the light bulb moment.
I got up there and I just said I quit my job and started this company.
And I just kept going. It was a lot of testing and learning.
There's been a lot of tears along the way.
We can actually change the world. When did you have the moment, I made it, I did it?
Hey everyone, and welcome to She Made It, where we celebrate female entrepreneurs who are betting on themselves, creating game-changing brands, and climbing their way to the top to lead successful businesses. For the next half hour, our She Made It Problem Solvers edition will highlight incredible women whose businesses not only inspire us, but make our lives easier and more enjoyable in the process. Plus, I'll reveal my She Made It list featuring 3 small businesses I've had my eye on, from homemade candles with clean ingredients to a beauty product that leaves your skin fresh and clear. Trust me, you're going to want to shop and support. So let's get started. Our first problem solver worked in the tech industry and noticed that women missed out on some crucial moments in the workplace because they had to run back to their desk to get their purses before work lunches. Now think about that. She thought men keep everything on them, in their pockets, etc. So why not women? Her company, Argent, is making that possible.
We have an unbelievably powerful community of women and feel really fortunate to have dressed and to be dressing the women that we are.
Sally Christensen is suiting up women for success.
I love this.
While working in the tech industry, Sally was frustrated by the lack of stylish yet versatile clothing options for women.
And then you say, I want to make suits with function. Tell me the path there.
I read a study that showed that women are judged based on appearance, and they quantify the impact of what you wear on your bottom line over your lifetime. It ends up being really significant. And so that was it for me. Like, that was the catalyst.
As founder and CEO behind Argent, Sally hopes to redefine women's workwear with its colorful style and pockets.
Yeah, these are cool, I think.
And this one has even more functionality, right?
You have an interior pocket for your phone, for your credit card, for your ID. Really just streamlines your day-to-day. And then this blazer actually has microfiber in the pockets. Essentially, this can be used to clean your glasses and your phone screen.
So smart. And how did you come up with the name?
My great-grandfather started a company in the early 1900s. It was called Argent Mill. It was undefined, it was strong, it was easy and simple. It felt right, and it means so much to me.
The bold and functional brand has made an impression on some of the biggest names in politics.
I think the greatest story to tell is that how you met Hillary Clinton and pitched your line.
I managed to weasel myself into the photo line, and I got up there and I held open my jacket. I just said I quit my job and started this company. She had a physical reaction. Her jaw dropped, and she got it.
These aren't your typical corporate suits.
Yeah, the vision was to rethink the category beyond like a black skirt suit, like really giving women quality clothing they actually want to wear. Sounds like really intuitive, but for some reason no one's done that.
Sally set out to change that when she quit her tech job in 2015.
So that had to have been a little bit scary.
It was not, because I felt that the experience, regardless of outcome, really was going to benefit me, but I have to see this idea through.
At first, Sally says she met with investors who told her utility did not belong in women's fashion.
So tell me about your first few meetings. How many yeses, how many nos?
It's a pretty tough experience. I mean, you get so many nos, but finally got that first check, and that just sort of like opened the door to all the others.
After raising $750,000 within a year, Argent made its debut at a local women's conference in the Bay Area.
Tell me about that first day that you said, here's Argent, come get it.
We were unboxing clothing from the factory, a lot of pieces I'd never even seen the production version of, and women were going crazy. And one day we sold $25,000 worth of product, and that was day one. It was such validation. I think we could do something awesome.
Yeah. Since its launch, Argent has become a multi-million-dollar company, dressing women from all walks of life in color and confidence.
Confidence is everything.
Everything. Our goal is to allow you to show up best foot forward and just own the meeting and feel great about yourself.
As a workwear company, navigating the pandemic was challenging, to say the least. But with return to office in full swing, Arjun has seen a rebound of demand as women look to suit up. In 2021, Arjun even partnered with companies like LinkedIn and Time's Up on a back-to-work campaign addressing the disproportionate impact the pandemic had on women in the workforce, providing tangible tools, resources, and career opportunities. Their spring collection is out. It's full, easy, versatile, and lightweight cottons and linens will fit the bill. They're great. Really check them out. They're investment pieces, but they're worth it. All right, now a She Made It entrepreneur who reimagined the video calls by making them fun and turning them into play dates. It was a game changer for families who couldn't connect in person during the pandemic. But Max Tuckman is just getting started.
Do you see the squirrel? Check him out. We're hearing from a lot of our users that this is how they're going to celebrate the holidays together. We can't recreate the dinner table, but we can help recreate grandma getting on the couch with the grandkids and reading them a story.
Max Tuckman is taking the family video chat to the next level.
Tell me about Caribu. Explain it to someone who hasn't heard about it yet.
Regular video calls are just not engaging. The child gets very unfocused and bored and leaves. And so what Caribu does is it combines that video call with an in-app library where we have thousands of books in 10 different languages. We have coloring sheets. We have games that we just launched, so two players can match up memory cards. We have puzzles.
You have background in teaching, so how did that play into this?
I was a 12th grade teacher here in Miami, and it was really very frustrating, to have 18-year-olds who could read on a 5th grade reading level. And that's not just where I taught. That is happening across the country.
Max got her MBA in public policy at Harvard and went on to serve as manager of education projects under New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg and as a White House fellow under President Obama.
I think a lot of times one of the biggest reasons why things don't work is because the system is incredibly complicated. So my goal was always understand the system so that I can use the system for good.
I thought it was really beautiful how this idea came about.
We found a picture of a soldier who was trying to read a children's book to his daughter, and see his laptop. You see him with a humongous children's book. You're like, well, he can't be having a good experience, right? Because he's looking this way. And then the child can't be having a good experience because it's a tiny little camera on a laptop. There's cars literally driving themselves on the road. And this is the best technology we have for families.
With $700 in her bank account, Max pitched her idea dozens of times and quickly won or became a finalist in more than 30 competitions, earning over $100,000 in prize money to launch Caribu.
A lot of people sitting home right now are saying, I have this idea, how do I get it started? And you didn't have millions of dollars sitting in your bank account.
This was just too good of an idea, and I just wasn't gonna let it die because less than 2% of women, less than 2% of Latinas, and less than 2% of companies based in Miami get VC funding. So I was like, I'm gonna make this work.
Since then, Caribu has raised over $3 million. And unlike so many other companies, the business really skyrocketed when the coronavirus pandemic began.
When the pandemic hit, at that point, over almost 1 billion children across the globe were out of school. We ended up kind of expanding globally. We're now in over 200 countries and territories. We ended up with a ton of new publishers that reached out to us and said, we'd love to have our books on your platform.
So you're up 10 times from where you started pre-pandemic. What's next for Caribu?
I always say global domination is next.
I like it.
Working on it every day. But yeah, I just want to make sure that Caribu is in more and more children's hands so that they can have these amazing, interactive, engaging, educational video calls with their friends and family.
All right, how crazy is this? Leah Sullivan, the founder of TaskRabbit, was at home on maternity leave and caught our segment about Max and Caribu. She went on to invest $1 million in the company. Caribu was named one of Apple's 15 best apps of 2020 and one of Mashable's 2021 tech we're thankful for. They've added books, stickers, games, and activities to their platform and will continue to connect folks and families near and far. All right, coming up, we'll tell you about a mom who couldn't find a book that featured a kid who looked like her son. So, of course, she made it. and the founder who was craving seeds of creativity until she started her blooming business. You won't want to miss it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to She Made It with some problem-solving businesswomen. There's nothing like, as we know, a mom with a mission. Dr. Tomisha Booker noticed a need for diversity in children's books, inspired by her son. Take a look.
My name is Tomisha Booker. I was raised in California by my biracial mother and white grandmother. Growing up, I remember hurtful things being said about my skin color, which still pains me today. In grad school, I studied skin color bias and worked as a licensed social worker in early childhood mental health. In 2016, I was pregnant with my first child, a son, and would search bookstores for stories with a little brown boy on the cover every time I left empty-handed. My son Carter was born in 2016. Not only did I want him to see himself on the pages, I wanted the world to see Carter the way I did. Amazing, smart, talented, and so much more. So I self-published my first children's book under my company, Hey Carter Books, in 2017 and have released 6 more since then. I started selling them at festivals and local bookstores, and now they're available on Amazon and Walmart. This past year, Jill Scott read my book, Brown Boy Joy, for the Netflix series celebrating Black voices. Hey Carter Books is showing the world exactly what Brown Boy Joy is.
Since our segment aired, Tomisha has released 3 new books, including Santa Claus is Coming to the Town and Froze Braids Fades and Waves, a celebration of Black boy hairstyles. So great. Also, she tells us that a major production company reached out to Hey Carter Books after seeing our feature, and something big may be in the works. Stay tuned. How exciting. All the best to Tomisha and Carter. Now we have another company that's hoping to empower women. I give these as gifts all the time. One little word at a time.
My name is Adriana Carrig, and I'm the founder of Little Words Project. Growing up, I was ostracized and bullied by other girls. By college, the cruelty continued, and I knew I had to break the cycle. I made my first batch of inspirational word bracelets in my college dorm room. My sorority sisters wore them proudly and spread the word. So, upon graduation, out of my parents' basement, I created a company built on kindness. With words like fearless, grateful, believe, and more, our bracelets remind people that they are strong and that they are loved. We're now in 1,000 retailers across the U.S., including Nordstrom and Anthropologie. We call ourselves the Nice Girl Gang and are proud to be spreading positivity when the world truly needs it the most.
I just love these. Now, the Little Words Project says that after their segment aired with us, they had a sales day nearly as high as Black Friday. And since then, they've doubled their growth year over year and are on pace to do it again. They've expanded into retail and just launched their biggest step into giving back to the community with an always-on collection that donates to 15 nonprofits supporting causes ranging from LGBTQIA inclusion to mental health and beyond. Next up, we're moving into the world of fashion. Ayoung Kim Stobar is a force who is making cozy clothing cool, one stitch at a time.
For the past 24 years, I have lived fashion and entertainment. I've designed for multiple brands, served as an assistant designer for Academy Award-winning designer Ruth Carter, and worked with the Wayans brothers as VP of Product Development. In 2008, my friends Joy and I felt there was a void in the children's clothing market. So with her photography skills and my design experience, we decided to launch Joa Love together, selling elevated yet comfortable clothing for kids. I made the patterns and even sewed some of the first samples right from my apartment. Over the past 12 years, Joa Love has continued to grow, selling at Nordstrom, Saks Fifth Avenue, and hundreds of boutiques across the US and Canada. Then we were hit with the pandemic early this year. The thought of laying off my staff was devastating to me. I had to do something. My husband reminded me that I had a warehouse full of fabric and resources to make the cloth masks, so I started making the patterns. Since then, we've created a new apparel category, sold thousands of masks for kids and adults, and the best part, all while keeping our staff employed.
Look at these. I mean, everything about these is amazing. Since our spot aired, Joa Love customers who found them through their comfy face masks discovered their butter soft clothing and are now customers who buy both. And in 2021, due to the rise in crimes against Asian Americans and in support of the Stop Asian Hate movement, Joa Love donated $10,000 to organizations helping the AAPI community. Ayoung welcomed her second son, Phineas, and now she has a new model for Joa Love. All right, now from fashion to flowers, our next entrepreneur is Cameron Hardesty, who wanted to bridge a gap in the floral industry. To say the least, her idea blossomed. Take a look.
8 years ago, I was working in communications at the White House, but I was craving some creativity, so I emailed the chief floral designer, Laura Dowling, to volunteer in the flower shop. For the next year and a half, I learned a ton about floral design. Then, in 2015, I went all in, leaving the White House to work for a major flower startup as head of products. I also started planning my wedding. It was during this time I saw how an antiquated supply chain made wedding flowers more expensive than they had to be, and I wanted to change that. So in 2019, I launched Your Poppy right from my dining room table, combining tech, farms, and floral designers to make event florals more accessible. By January 2020, our wedding season was booked up. Then the pandemic struck. Couples postponed their big days, and I had to figure out a way to keep Your Poppy alive. So I created Poppy at Home, a DIY flower arranging kit for people to express their creativity. Since then, we've shipped over 100,000 stems, and we've been booking weddings nonstop. Today, we're continuing our mission to provide flowers to help spark creativity, heal, and inspire.
There's nothing like having fresh flowers. Well, Poppy says their appearance on the Today Show was like, quote, rocket fuel. The month following their segment was their biggest sales month since launch, even bigger than Mother's Day. And in December 2020, they closed a $1.65 million venture funding round. And now they have turned back to focus on wedding flowers. Great for me. And by 2022, they grew their wedding sales 340%, passing $2 million in all-time revenue. Bravo. All right, up next, a woman who pieced together a successful business that is also supporting female artists. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to She Made It. Our next founder turned a relaxing hobby into a booming business, and one that supports female artists at that. Let me introduce you to the woman behind Jiggy, a company that's much more than just fun and games.
I had a puzzle lying around. I picked it up and immediately it clicked.
For Kaylin Marcotte, working at a tech startup required finding ways to unplug.
I started doing about a 1,000-piece puzzle every week, and I started posting all of my completed ones, and so my friends were like, wow, Kaylee gave him the puzzle girl.
Through her new hobby, Kaylin found a missing piece in the puzzle market.
You say to yourself, there's something here.
I really just started thinking about, like, what would my dream puzzle look like? My first thought was the art itself just needs to be better. If I'm spending 8, 10, 12 hours studying every detail of this, then I want to connect with it.
That led Kaylin on a mission, not only to elevate puzzles, but empower female artists as well.
You're able to incorporate artists whose art may not be shown. Tell me how that came about.
Really is an industry that is still quite unequal for female artists. So I really wanted to bake in from the beginning profit sharing and giving artists a platform to highlight their work, to have it be interacted with in a whole new way.
This 360 experience of building the puzzle, wanting to be invested in the theme of the puzzle, and being able to display it, which is experience that didn't exist before.
Yes, completely. I've gone down these, rabbit holes online to see if people were doing this, and there were some Reddit threads of people who glue and keep all of their puzzles, but it was certainly not productized or commercialized. I felt there was something there I could really take hold of and build something around.
So she did. In November 2019, with just $25,000 of savings, Kaylin officially launched Jiggy.
Yes. Does everyone say to you, let's get jiggy with it?
Of course, yes.
Right away, it was a huge success, breaking even just weeks later. But when the pandemic hit, Jiggy sold out their entire inventory.
You had the opposite problem during the pandemic because businesses were struggling because of demand. You had demand, but no puzzles.
Exactly. We saw immediate spike in demand and sales and traffic. And so we tried to rush back into production, but the supply chains were affected. I'm like, I'm a 5-month-old company. How do I still continue to grow and be relevant and build our audience when I have nothing to sell?
Undeterred, Kaylin pivoted and had artists paint directly onto blank puzzles, creating one-of-a-kind pieces and much-needed merchandise.
We then hosted essentially an art auction, and we split the proceeds between the artist and the COVID fundraising relief efforts in New York City.
Today, Jiggy has sold more than $1 million in puzzles in all 50 states and dozens of countries.
Do you ever imagine that you could make this much money and revenue in puzzles?
I definitely hoped. I wasn't sure, but once I saw it clicking, I knew we were onto something.
What would you say is your biggest blessing that has happened in this 1.5-year journey?
It's just been such a steep learning curve and a million things I didn't even know that I would need to learn, but
in that is kind of the most fulfilling thing too, just to really see how far I have come and to feel good about taking a bet on myself has been really rewarding.
We were all getting jiggy with puzzles during the pandemic, especially in my family. And Jiggy hosted their first community-driven puzzle art contest and had over 500 artists submit their work. The winners were released this past April in their spring 2022 Full Bloom collection. They also launched frame pairings so that people can easily transform their puzzle into wall-worthy art. And in May, Jiggy released their first puzzles just for kids. Well, coming up, 3 small businesses created by problem-solving female founders that will make a difference in your homes and even on your face. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you, Richie.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I have even more brands from women-owned companies that I'm excited to share with you on my She Made It list. I'm bringing you fabulous businesses that were all founded as solutions to issues their founders faced. Okay, let's start with Companion Candles. After many hours of quarantine with her pup, Lauren Lewis realized that her store-bought candles did not live up to their claims or her standards. They were filled with ingredients that were harmful not only to her, but her dog as well. So she started making her own homemade clean versions. Companion Candles are made in small batches with an organic coconut soy blend wax and the highest quality fragrances. And for every purchase, $1 is donated to an animal welfare organization. So nice, and they smell delicious. All right, next up, we all need a hero, right? Enter Hero Cosmetics. Working her way up to major companies like Samsung and American Express, Columbia Business School alum Ju Ru founded Hero Cosmetics in 2017 with one product, the Mighty Patch. Today, a box of Mighty Patches are sold every 3 seconds. The Mighty Patch is an award-winning hydrocolloid patch that you press on your pimples overnight so you wake up with clearer-looking skin. Also in the product lineup is the Force Shield Super Light Sunscreen, the Clear Collective Gentle Milky Cleanser, and the Brave Body Power Wash that exfoliates and cleanses. Really awesome items. And next up, another trailblazing skincare line, I Know Skincare. Founded by beauty industry insider Jermaine Bowles-Lethbridge at the age of 63. I Know Skincare caters to older women of color. The collection is a celebration of aging and was created for women of color over 50 who are living their best lives and want to develop a new relationship with their skin. The products have empowering names like Me First, a powder cleanser, and Eyes Matter Instant Smoothing Eye Serum. There are bundles available to help consumers save money and get glowing and just make the routine easier. Well, that's all I have, unfortunately, for She Made It Problem Solvers edition. Thank you so much for watching. And remember to shop these small businesses, scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or head over to today.com/shop. Support. I'm Joel Martin, and I'll see you next time.
When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother, Hyacinth, taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know. I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing. Don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however, so it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something, he had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family from the start. When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning, and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37. And she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something. And I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up. Kim, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas. You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous
Oh,
about
yeah,
that?
I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. Sometimes she would say, you never know. One day it might be just me and you. You got to show me how to cut this meat.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty. My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, it's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. Because the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew! Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, hey. This is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. Mm-hmm. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You have Blue Mountain coffee?
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well, This is the Blue Mountain product of burnt sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
oh yeah,
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone?
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure we cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, when you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that? This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I make. Whoa. Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I had my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough... Wait a minute, I noticed...
These are beef patty.
I gotta try that. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it. And never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, it is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything's going to be all right.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with Richie.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekong Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó ngon, lần này ngon, nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekong Bistro to honor their mother, Ann Hang. A refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon, Ann working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekong first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Ann had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Ann's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới này kia nọ, rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Ann married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Ann turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Ann's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Ann made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us, by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Ann still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Ann agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với con cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, My sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Mekong Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thì thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy vậy thôi, chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy hy sinh cho con mình được ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you cannot
here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere in Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidni and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was around 4 years old when we opened, so this is my second home.
Salam and Yidni were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidni immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend dining at her family restaurant, and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, "Hey, where could I get the CD?" And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidni's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, "Hey, just call her and thank her for me."
When he called me, I was like, "I give it to your dad, not for you." And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to it.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I feel like we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking.
For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish in that is the kutfo, or the steak tartare, when it's done right. That's probably the best dish in the world.
It's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work nonstop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food, so they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
Best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones and we are bringing you some important wellness news to kick off the start of summer. We'll share details about recent medical studies with tips on how you and your family can stay healthy. Then learn to strengthen every step with a few easy exercises that will transform your daily walk. Plus, we'll learn why it matters to have an LGBTQ friendly medical provider. And I tried a popular form of relaxation for the first time. It is everything you need to know to take care of your physical and mental wellness this month. Research publishes every day, but what does that mean for you and your family? Joining us to explain everything from extreme heat risk to camp safety is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. She's here to break down the details of these medical studies and how they impact our day-to-day life. I'm so happy we're doing this. Quite often we hear about studies, but then we don't hear the details behind them, and these are really good ones. Yeah. So let's start with the first one. It's associated with extreme heat and what it does for mortality rates.
Right, I know. So the extreme heat has been increasing now for a number of years. In fact, many states in this country are experiencing days that are over 90 degrees, many of them, more than before. We have basically, usually we have a summer season of heat, it's starting earlier and it's lasting later. And this is really significant. So this was a research out of Penn that actually looked at this kind of stuff. And the things that we want to talk to people about here are the signs of heat stroke and what you can do about them. So it's important, Chanel, right? I think most people have a misconception that if you are having a heat stroke that your skin is going to be very wet because you're sweating a lot.
Yes.
And that's actually not true. Your skin actually becomes very dry, very red, and very hot. You know, the number one symptom of a heat stroke is a core temperature of 104 degrees or more. But guess what? Most of us don't have a digital thermometer. Right, exactly. So obviously fainting, feeling dizzy, things like that, and having that dry skin are signs and symptoms of a heat stroke. Okay. So what do you do for a heat stroke? The number one thing, and I really want viewers to understand this, is to call 911 first. Because if you suspect a heat stroke, you need to get that person medical attention quickly.
I think people underestimate the severity of it. Exactly. I think they can just, cool down and it'll be okay.
But you don't want to do that. Always err on the side of caution. And then you move the person into a cool shaded area, remove as much clothes as you can, and then a little trick that I think is so helpful. Let's say you're at a picnic and you have ice packs, right? You put them under the neck, put them in the groin and under the arms. A lot of blood vessels there.
Wait, under the neck?
Under the arm.
Under the arms.
And in the groin. And there's a lot of blood vessels in those areas, and that can help people cool down. You're not supposed to put people in an ice bath.
Which people do.
They do. The only people who can really do that are people who are like athletes who just did a vigorous, a run or something like that, and they can handle it, but most people should not be put in an ice bath.
Those are the kind of things we'll always remember that now. I know I will. All right, so moving on to another study that grabbed our attention, summer camp safety. A lot of parents obviously preparing to send their kids to summer camp. I know I am. We all want our kids to have fun, but we also want to make sure they're safe.
Yes.
What does the research say?
So this was a study out of the University of Michigan, and they polled parents, and you're gonna be a little bit surprised by these statistics. Less than 50% of parents who were polled said that camp safety was a priority for them. And only 1 in 10% said COVID precautions were important. You want to know what the most important things were?
What?
Cost, location, and activity. So it's kind of like, well, where are your priorities, guys? But I get it, right? We've all sent our kids to camp. There's a lot of things to take into consideration. One of the things that I think is really important to understand is that camps will say whether or not they're accredited by the American Camp Association. But you want to follow that up and confirm that they really are. And a really great resource is the American Academy of Pediatrics website. It's called healthychildren.org. They have numerous resources about camp and camp safety. Like, think of your kids, right? Like my daughter has migraines. Is the camp equipped to handle that? Are they equipped to handle the mental health needs of your children? These are all things you want to know, right? You're entrusting.
Especially if it's a sleepaway camp.
Especially if it's a sleepaway camp. So a lot of good information out there for parents.
Good. All right, the third study, team sports and mental health. Speaking of summer activities, it looks at the connection between team sports and mental health in our kids. This is a hot topic.
Topic on so many levels. So this was a study, again, this was from Cal State. They looked at kids between the ages of 9 and 13, and they found that the children who participated in a team sport had better mental health parameters, let's say, in terms of anxiety, depression, and stuff like that, as opposed to kids who either were not in sports or who were participating in, an independent kind of sport. But I think immediately we might say, okay, that's important, team sports are important, but what about all these news things that we're hearing?
That's what I was thinking, I'll be honest. I mean, it seems like we're hearing about the pressure, especially for college athletes, or,
So when does good cross over and become not so healthy? So, it's kind of like a little bit of that Goldilocks, right? Not enough isn't good, but maybe too much isn't good either. And experts say that for sure the college athlete has a tremendous amount of pressure and stress, right? They're managing school and travel, and they have to keep up their scholastic and their athletic performance. So they have some unique challenges, but I think this is a lesson for all of us. And Chanel, I know you have kids who are teens as well. A lot of pressure for these kids to perform athletically. We need to be paying attention to their mental health too, and not just to assume that they're okay with all the stress that we're putting on them.
That is so important. Okay, another important story, the study that grabbed our attention, speaking of kids, it talks about the dangers of inappropriate antibiotic use with kids. We've heard that sometimes we overuse them. We call the doctor and we say, can you give me an antibiotic for my kids?
Right. So there's a few different things that are concerning about overuse of antibiotics. One, of course, is antibiotic resistance, right? We know that's a big thing. Expenditures, you're going to the doctor, you're missing school, you're missing work, right? I mean, there's a lot of dollars that go into this that are unnecessary. And also people have side effects from taking antibiotics. There are actually numerous ones. And probably one of the biggest things that I find that is a problem is that kids are getting antibiotics maybe for a virus, and they never needed it in the first place. And guess what? They get a rash. And then they live their entire life saying, I have a rash to penicillin. That sticks with them through their adult lives. That's a big, big problem. The take home, I think, for parents here is that you need to advocate for your children, and not to discount the importance and the role of the pediatrician in making a diagnosis and treating appropriately, but you as the parent need to say, just want to make sure my kid really needs this antibiotic, right?
So it's a two-way street. It's not always the parents saying we want it. Sometimes do the doctors just prescribe it?
Exactly. And you have to advocate for the kids, right? Because they're young and they can't do it themselves.
Another good one, a survey that finds that most men think they are healthier than others. And let's talk about those annual health screenings. Father's Day is coming up. It's so important.
Right. So this is a Harris poll. I love these stats. So 33% of men polled said that they don't need to go to the doctor every year.
33%?
33%. 65% said that they thought they were healthier than like the average guy next to them. 38% get their health information on social media, and 38% put their pets' health before theirs.
Wow.
Aren't those interesting numbers?
We have some work to do, but yet I believe it.
I know.
Sure.
But here's the thing. So do you actually have to see the doctor every year? Believe it or not, the literature's a little bit mixed on that as to whether or not seeing your doctor every single year is necessary. I would say in middle age it becomes much more necessary. You do want to establish that relationship. It's always easier to take care of someone when they're sick, when you know when you know them when they are healthy.
You're so good.
You're so lovely.
Dr. Azar, now she should actually go help her patients.
I'm going to go see my patients
now.
now.
So thank you. Good information.
Thanks,
for sure. Thank you. All right, coming up, the exercises to help you take every moment in stride. And later, I'm hooked. I loved it. I tried a sound bath for the very first time. We're going to tell you all about it, all that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with Wellness Today, wellness news you can use. It is Walking Month here at the Today Show. Research suggests that there are endless physical and mental health benefits to taking a walk, from lowering your resting heart rate to feeling more energized. Our dear friend Al Roker even walked his way to the finish line of the Brooklyn Half Marathon. Now, fitness expert Stephanie Mansour is going to help you put your best foot forward with a few strength exercises.
Thanks, Chanel. I'm Stephanie Mansour, and I'm so excited that you've joined us during our month-long walking challenge. I want to show you a few exercises that'll help you build strength and avoid injuries as you take more and more steps each day. First, we're going to start with a squat. Start with your feet as wide as your hips. We're going to pull the abs in and sit back as if you're about to sit back into a chair. Now, I'm going to show you this from the side, but I want you to make sure that when you're looking down at your toes, your knees do not go past your toes. That's a common mistake. So we want to keep the knees back, lead with the glutes, sink the tailbone down, pull the abs in to support the low back, press down through the heels to stand up. Next, we're going to move on to our marching bridge. So we're going to lie down on our backs and come into a bridge position. Now, this works the hamstrings and the glutes, which are important for helping you walk more efficiently and effectively. So in this position, with the feet close to the hands, we're going to slowly lift the hips up. The lower back comes off the ground and the middle back. You want to make sure to pull your belly button in towards your spine like someone's touching you with a sharp object and you're trying to pull that navel in, because this is going to help us with stability in the core and also make sure that we're not dumping and putting pressure on the low back. You only have to lift up about an inch or two, or if you're more advanced, you can lift up higher. Pull your abs in and keep your hip bones steady rather than shaking from side to side as you do this move. We need to really keep it stable and in control. Next, we're gonna move into a plank and then a downward facing dog. So coming into a plank position, we're gonna start on our hands and knees and line the shoulders up over the wrists. From here, we're gonna tuck the toes under and lift the hips up into a plank position. Pull the abs in and reach the heels towards the back of the room. Make sure that your back is in a straight line. For a modification, you can lower down onto your knees. Then from the plank position, we're gonna pull the abs in and lift up and back into a downward facing dog. Press down through the hands and externally rotate the shoulders as you reach the hips up and reach the heels towards the ground. Now for a modification here, you can open the hands a little wider, fan the fingers out, and open the feet wider and bend the knees. If you want to do the full modification, you'll go from the half plank right here, and then you'll tuck the toes under, lift the hips up, and press back with the hands open wide, the knees bent, and the tailbone reaching up towards the ceiling. Not only are we building that core strength, but we're also building that flexibility in the backs of the legs. Now next, we're gonna do a seated oblique twist, and that's gonna help us with the internal and external obliques, which are great when we're walking and pumping those arms. So sitting up nice and tall, hands behind your knees, take a deep breath in, and then exhale, pull the abs in and roll down just slightly. Have the hands at the center of your chest, and then twist to one side, back through center, twist to the other, back through center. For an added bonus, you can squeeze those inner thighs together to really work your entire core. Next, we're gonna stand up and move into one of my favorite exercises, which is a knee raise into a backwards leg lift. So we're working on hip flexor mobility here. So if you're looking to take longer strides or if you're looking to walk faster, building that strength and the mobility is key to helping your walk feel better. So hands on the hips, we're gonna lift one knee up at about a 90-degree angle, and then slowly shift your weight forward and extend that leg back into a backwards leg lift. Slowly balance. If you need to, you can touch your toe on the ground. Come up with that knee, 90-degree angle. Pull the abs in, slowly lean forward, reach the leg back, engage the glute and the hamstring. One more on this side, abs in tight to help guide you. Good, and exhale, and come to center. And then finally, to round this strength training workout out, we're going to go into calf raises. So standing with your feet as wide as your hips again, hands on your hips, we're gonna lift up onto the tiptoes and lower down. up onto the tiptoes and lower down. We're strengthening the backs of the legs. So in doing this multifunctional workout routine, we're helping you build lower body and core strength so that you can walk and feel like you're moving more freely. And also, this is going to enhance your walk and enhance the strength in your entire body.
Thanks, Stephanie. It's never too late to get moving. Join the Start Today community on Facebook and follow along throughout the rest of the month to find inspiration and motivation to get walking. All right, coming up, celebrating Pride Month at the doctor's office. And later, the instruments and melodies that help me find a new level of relaxation. Right after this.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
June is Pride Month, and all month long we're honoring the LGBTQ community. It can be challenging for anyone to find a physician that understands your unique needs, but especially for LGBTQ people. So for that reason, we've invited two experts to talk about best practices for finding a friendly provider for both physical and mental needs. We have Dr. Barbara Warren, the Senior Director of LGBTQ Programs and Policies at Mount Sinai Health System's Office for Diversity and Inclusion. And Dr. Ming Hao Liu is the director of the Freedman Transgender Program at Lenox Hill Hospital, Northwell Health. Good morning to both of you, or thank you guys. I'm so used to saying good morning on the Today Show. This could be any time of the day. I think it's so important to set this up about, maybe for both of you, the biggest challenges facing the LGBTQ community, because I think sometimes if you're not walking in someone's shoes, you don't even recognize that it is a challenge in the first place. So can you put this in perspective for other people as to why this is so important to discuss?
Absolutely. So I think one of the biggest challenges is even getting access to a knowledgeable and sensitive provider. We often say that prevention is the best medicine, and if people are not getting access to care, then people in the community are not getting screened for conditions that can be more prevalent, such as heart disease, STDs, including HIV, and certain types of cancers. In addition, I think another major challenge facing the community is mental health and also intimate partner violence.
I didn't even think about that part of it too. So again, you have the physical part of it, and you also have the mental health aspect. What would you say about why this is so important?
I think to follow up on the idea of prevention and getting routine health care, particularly good primary care, so that it doesn't end up being an acute or a crisis in your health. I think one of the things that we really emphasize at Mount Sinai in training our providers and also is a huge issue in the LGBT community, is the concept and the impact of minority stress. And minority stress is any kind of stress related to being a marginalized or targeted minority, as many LGBTQ people still are. And it's really important for LGBTQ patients and people to understand that even if they have access to great affirmative care and are in pretty good health, the accumulated stress or the secondary stress of worrying about or anticipating discrimination, prejudice, violence, some of the anti-LGBTQ sentiments and laws that are being passed now increases your risk factor for many, many diseases, because what happens is when you get stressed, your heart rate increases. You have cortisol that's sustained over time, and as we know as healthcare providers, that can lead to all kinds of chronic health conditions. So it's really important to be aware of that, and it's important for your providers to be aware of that, particularly when they're doing preventative and wellness care for
It
you.
makes a lot of sense. If you can't walk into a physician's office and talk to that physician and be your full self and be honest about your life, your lifestyle, all of those things, that physician can't treat you, effectively. So with that said, Dr. Liu, let's break it down. How should someone go about finding an LGBTQ-friendly provider?
That's a great question. So one can do a basic search on Google, find providers and research more about the providers and the services they offer. Sites like ZocDoc also offer for people to search on their directory specifically for LGBTQ plus friendly providers. In addition, GLMA, which used to be known as the Gay Lesbian Medical Association, also has a free nationwide provider search tool for LGBTQ plus friendly providers. But really what my patients have found to be perhaps even more helpful is that they go through social media channels such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and sometimes Reddit, and they get referrals from other people in the community who've actually seen these doctors or other healthcare providers and been very pleased with the experience.
So then let's take the next step. Then once you find a provider, how can you ensure that that person is a good fit for you?
Well, one of the things I think it's important is to check out the website of the organization or the healthcare system that provider works for.
Okay.
If they don't have an LGBT specific page or referral service or information, or they don't advertise themselves, for example, as an LGBT health equality leader, many healthcare systems now ascribe to the LGBT Healthcare Equality Index, which is a national benchmarking survey conducted by the Human Rights Campaign Foundation, which really helps hospitals and healthcare providers put all the things into place that make LGBT healthcare affirmative and effective in their hospitals. Also, to look it up, find out, are they an LGBTQ healthcare equality leader? Do they have an LGBTQ healthcare website? Also, when you get to the office, to look around before you even meet whoever the provider is going to be. Are you asked for your sexual orientation and gender identity, your partner status, on your intake forms? Is there LGBT visual things in the office? Do they have pride flags? Do they have The Advocate, the national LGBTQ magazine, as part of their magazines on display? Do they have pamphlets? All of these are signals that this is an environment that knows that LGBT people come to them. They want it to be visible. They want it to be welcoming. And so those are all clues too. But I agree with Dr. Liu, referrals from knowledgeable providers and also friends in the community can be really, really powerful and important.
That's so helpful. And, we talk about it a lot in the bigger cities, but in some of the rural areas too. I mean, this is obviously people watching all over the country. It's important to try to have those resources. Thank you guys both so much for coming in, Dr. Warren and Dr. Liu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, when we come back, the transformative relaxation experience that helped me find my inner peace.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, and we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Wellness Today. I am so excited to debut a new segment in this show where I'm going to try some of the trends, classes, and activities that I'm most curious about within the wellness space. As the school year comes to a close and I'm shuffling my kids to their end of year activities, I wanted to see if I could find some inner zen with a sound bath. And it had a profound impact. Take a look.
The melodies of the singing bowls and the vibrations of the gong echo through the halls of the Ohm Center on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, where I tried a sound bath for the first time.
So let's start with the basics. What is a sound bath?
A sound bath is where you are experiencing being bathed by all the sounds that are created from different kinds of instruments. The goal is to help you enter into a deep state of relaxation. Sound baths are a gateway into deeper meditation.
Suzanne Hill, founder of the Ohm Center and my guide for the sound bath, began meditating on her own at 17. After years of working as an acupuncturist and encouraging her patients to try meditation, she began teaching herself and opened this space in 2019.
What difference are you seeing in the people who you help?
They are so much more relaxed. They seem much, much lighter, like the burdens of the world are lifted. Even if nothing has shifted in the external world, internally, they've cleansed, and so they feel better.
Since this story is about trying a sound bath, what should the takeaway be for people who are interested?
Not to be intimidated by it. It doesn't have to be a spiritual or religious experience. You're just having a relaxation experience.
And before long, it was my time to try and rest.
I am not quite sure what to expect. I'm gonna try, I don't wanna fall asleep, which I can do pretty easily these days, but I also am looking forward to feeling something that I haven't felt before. You know, I've meditated before with calm, but I've never done a sound bath, so my heart is open to receive.
I'm gonna have you lie down.
Once I entered the room, Suzanne handed me an eye mask and encouraged me to let go of the worries of the day.
And just allow yourself to sink into the ground. Be aware of the ground supporting your body, so there's no part of you that has to hold yourself up.
Then she began playing, creating a symphony of sounds.
Crystal bowls have a cooler sound, and the alloy bowls have a warmer sound, and we like to mix them together. We also have a 40-inch symphonic gong, which is very grounding. When you play the gong, it's really about releasing any negativity. Singing bowls are more nurturing and nourishing.
She transferred the bowls to my hands to feel the vibrations as she played. As the sound bath finished, I felt better, and that sense of calm reverberated through the rest of my day.
That was really great.
Yeah.
That was great. It's like I was at a spa.
Music and sound is very healing, and I think that's why people are gravitating to sound baths now. They don't want to intellectually figure out how to feel better. They just want to experience feeling better.
I don't think it was in my head. It's hard to explain, but I really did feel more calm and relaxed, even in the hours and even the couple of days after. After the sound bath, I let what usually bothers me, running around and the hustle and bustle, I let it go. And I'm telling you, I'm really looking forward to going back and doing it again. So if there's one in your area, maybe you should try it. Find some ways, frankly, any way to relax. And I'm glad I got to learn about this one. Thank you for joining me to learn all of the wellness news you can use. I hope you found it inspiring and motivating to learn about how to take care of ourselves and each other as we ease into the official start of summer. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
Is this the first time that you guys have been all together?
All together, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, that wild sensation where you're like, oh, it was yesterday, and yet a lifetime ago, or a couple.
Yeah, and I think this show, you know, more than a lot of shows, it really is, it was a family.
The thing is, Max, we're part of a family. You know, family's the most important thing in our lives.
We were, you know, together for a very long time. I mean, the kids that were on the show would say, like, they don't remember life before Parenthood.
Yeah.
They grew up on the show.
Yeah. And we all saw them grow up.
We saw them grow up, yeah.
Well, I live by him in a... That's great to me. And Max was in there. I go, what are you doing? He goes, getting liquor. I go, Max.
No, you're... Yeah.
I go, get the home, right? And I'm like, we were just filming here and you were 12. I go, he's like, well, I'm 20. I'm like, so...
Right.
He's a drinker. Just kidding.
Sorry, Max.
He hangs out with Liam, my son, my real son.
Your real son. So your real son hangs out with your
Max.
on-screen son. What's that like?
They're a lot alike. Liam and Max are a lot alike. And I'm finding that I'm a lot like Max's character, Max, in the show, which is kind of cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you're more like Max than you are Christina.
Way more.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, Larry might know. I'm just a little different. I don't know. Christina had it together. I mean, I have it together. But I don't know. I'm fine.
Have you seen the roles that you play bleed into real life?
For me, it happens more at that time that you're living the parallel life with the character, which is one of the coolest things about doing TV. That's, 6 years. We did 6 years, so I got to grow a lot. We all got to grow a lot as people, and then the characters had their growth, and we learned from each other along the way. So there's a lot of like bleeding over in that.
Hi, sweetie.
You're like a fish.
You want me to teach you how to swim like a fish?
Yeah.
All right.
Nice sentence.
Thanks.
But then you're onto a new character and you're bleeding over with her, so.
You're giving really good answers.
Thanks.
There definitely was a big overlap while we were shooting where life and art were imitating each other. You know, we'd be things I was bringing from my marriage or my parenting into the show's dynamic was also working the other way, where I'd have things happen in real life that I would say, wait, well, in the show, this is what happened. Maybe we should handle it this way. So it was actually this kind of virtuous loop between life and art.
Have you watched some of Parenthood? Have you realized how much it still holds up?
Yeah.
I've not watched. I
I'm
stopped
not
watching
it
it after season 1.
You stopped watching it, so you didn't watch
you haven't
season...
seen it? Oh, you should watch it. It's a good show.
You should watch it.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah.
Check it out.
No, people love it.
People say, Chris, you're Christina. I'm like, what? No, I mean, I stopped. Wait, when was the breast cancer thing? Season what?
4.
That was season 4.
Oh, then maybe it was season 3. See, I don't know.
And so after the season...
I just don't like to watch myself. I like your stuff.
Then you should watch it and watch
Fast
us.
forward. You know what? I will.
You're gonna watch it after
really
this.
good.
But the wild thing is watching
Betamax.
old episodes,
Okay,
and there's no iPhones, right?
What?
There's no iPhones in the first few seasons.
Oh, really?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. It's all flip
that's
phones,
because
right?
That was 2008.
I guess so. I didn't know.
Yeah. 2008,
Yeah, we could put those in post now.
Right.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you, Richie.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Do you think as times have changed, the show would be different if you were making it today?
You know, the thing about this show is, of everything that I've done, it's the show where I brought most of my, autobiographical story to it. Like there's a story with, Max, which was very close to, my life.
Are you mad at me because I have Asperger's?
I'm not mad at you because you have Asperger's. Never.
The breast cancer story, we did that show while my wife was going through breast cancer. So the show, and so many of the stories came from our lives, whether it was mine or friends or family or the actors or the writers of the show. It was so unique in that way that I can't really. It's sort of like I can't judge it by like how would I do it now.
Your life is different now.
Yeah, it was just who we were at the time that we did it. And I hardly ever go back and watch shows that I've done. And I have to say it was an incredibly moving experience to watch the show for everybody.
I don't know.
All right.
Okay,
This is my recital. I
Just
think
feel
it's
the music.
very vital to rock around. That's right.
No.
On top. It's tricky.
Thank you. No, I meant more like slow dancing.
I'm never slow dancing, but it doesn't matter what the music is, man. You gotta feel that in your body. Start here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You might feel it in your legs, your arms, your feet, shoulders, your rib cage, all over.
The thing that I thought we did really well on the show is that we stayed with those stories. Like they have a son with autism. Well, it wasn't like 6 episodes later. It was like, we're doing another story. We stayed with that story.
Yeah.
When we did the
the
breast
first
cancer,
episode on.
we did the breast cancer storyline.
Drop it somewhere.
I remember the first thing that the doctor said to my wife when she got breast cancer is, you're gonna have a really tough year. And I was like, okay, so it's not going to be less than a year. Hopefully, it won't be more than a year.
I love you all so much. I just want to say that. And there's something that I need to tell you.
And so when we decided to do that story, I knew it was a season-long story. It was not a story that would be a few episodes.
I think the last time I saw the three of you together was the episode where you were all partying and dancing, and then you're sitting down and you pull out a clump of your hair. Mm-hmm. And that was the moment where
we were at a
things
bar,
took a turn. Yeah.
and they were trying to cheer me up, right?
Yeah.
And Dax directed that, I think.
He did.
There was a lot in that episode.
Yeah.
That was probably one of my favorite but scariest episodes. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, beautiful queen that you are. Oh, that's the thing. It's like, does he respect me or That is something. You know what? It's about time to start getting rid of soda.
Well, you were being rowdy and you were dancing, so, you know, it's just like...
hair on that head.
Yeah. Do you want to go? Should we go?
Yeah.
The other thing about our show, which you did, so whether you knew to do this or not, it's such a different show because we weren't out in the world talking about politics or religion or fighting. It was about a wonderful family that had their own stresses, and that would sprinkle in here and there, but I think that's why people loved it so much, because they felt comfort and they felt like they could identify with the Bravermans, and they wanted to be a part of Joy, which is now, ironically, we're circling back to within the world. Like, you asked Jason how he would do it differently if, you know, things changed in his family. And I just said to Joy, what about the world? You know, like, then I thought we would kind of, it would somehow come through, but at the same time, it's such a real show. It's not an escapism for people, but it's still feeling, it's hope, it's love, it's laughter, crying, it's humanity.
You and your writers were all so true to your own lives and everything that you were being true to. Like, it resonates universally and timelessly. That's the way that you do it. The more specificity, the more broadly it appeals.
That's so important. Like, people are just fighting constantly, and the way that you guys did this was not that. And it wasn't like being Pollyanna, like you're going to be like, look, I just made a pie. That's fake. So all of that coming together, it's like you wouldn't sort of exploit religions, politics, whatever people feel in their own life. This would resonate, and it still does, with everybody, like across the world. The fans that I talk to and have now become part of my family. Ironically, like, I give them my phone number, and a lot of people have my number.
It was almost as though you could see your family's messiness reflected in this family, but then also be inspired by the love, right?
Yeah, as much as the characters were informed by our lives, like, we could also learn from the characters, and
so much.
because all of the conflicts that came up all the time were jumped on. You know, those conversations that had to be had were had immediately. Like, I'm driving to your house and we're going to have this conversation, which is so admirable. You know, it's when they're not addressed and they fester that they're that much harder in relationships. So everything just being tackled all the time and being articulated so well.
Yeah. There hasn't. There's never been a show like this, and I have not seen one since. I have not. I really have not. And I'm not saying it because I'm a part of this group, but essentially all of us are a family, and I would take a bullet for any one of you. I mean that. Any one of you or your children. I would. That's just, I'm a Cancerian. But I have so much love and so much respect and so much gratitude for you, all of you. And that's never gone away. And I you know, whenever I see you guys, it's like we just picked up where we left off. So.
That's family.
Yeah, you guys are. I mean, I can
family.
see it. You guys are still. You guys are still a family.
Yeah,
for sure.
We should play the song now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Talking about some of the lessons that you learned, were there some lessons or were there pieces of advice that you were given during the show or you heard others given during the show that you've now taken into your own lives?
The way the characters were written, like I was saying, to always jump on the hard conversations that needed to be had, that was the biggest takeaway from me. And I'm only now, after having rapped, now I'm a parent, and so I've taken that with me.
When you started shooting, were you a parent?
No.
And now when
After
you
we
watch,
yes.
it's almost like you're seeing it with a whole different set of eyes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, same here. I was not a parent before I am now. I'm just kidding.
I'm still not a parent.
Yeah, well,
I'm pretty good with that.
Interestingly enough, when you were shooting with Dax was a brand new parent and you were not a parent, and you guys had to reverse roles on screen, right?
Right.
Wait, what?
Because you were the parent first
Dax was the parent,
on
but you weren't,
screen.
but
I'm a very seasoned TV parent.
Right.
Like I don't and never wanted kids myself, but I seem every job I get, I am a parent, so I feel like I know a little bit about it, and I get to give them back.
Right.
At the end of the day, I'm a really good TV parent.
Just kind of touching on your favorite scene or one of the most powerful scenes that you remember. I gotta say, for you, the one that brought me to tears, like uncontrollable tears, was when you left a message for your family if you were to pass. Do you remember shooting that?
I have the chills right now. Yeah, I don't remember. Whenever I film anything, I don't remember any. I like black out.
I do too.
I do. I black out. But that was the hardest one for sure.
I may not always be with you the way that I want to be. But I will never leave your side. I'll always be with you.
That was the toughest one, and then the other one was, the shaving of the head, because I felt such guilt, too. I felt so guilty. Because I was not really experiencing what Kathy, your wife, was going through, and then fear also. As a human being, like, my kids were like, Mom, you're not an actor. Well, that's my job, but like I didn't go to acting school, so I don't have a technique, so it's hard for me to get rid of the person. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people, and so I would go home and try to get rid of it somehow. Mm-hmm. And Christina is, beyond, like, unequivocally the best character and the most amazing person in the world. And so is your wife. Yeah. She is. So.
Joy, how about you? Do you remember?
Favorite scene?
Yeah, what was your favorite or most difficult scene?
I would just say my favorite scene was like the wedding, because like weddings are
right.
Make you happy, make your dreams come true. Nothing that I wouldn't do. Go to the ends of the earth for you.
I had a great wedding in my real life, and then I had a great wedding on television, so that's always the best.
It wasn't the rain scene. It wasn't the making out with Dax like Notebook style.
Sure, whatever.
Sure, that was great too. Yeah,
that was a really good moment.
Yeah,
that was a very earned moment.
Yeah, my hair loved it. You look fresh. You look beautiful. I just think, like, overall for me, the entire experience of working on the show, I mean, still the greatest job I've ever had. I mean that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
real talk. And just the being able to work with such amazing people from Jason and Larry and the writers and directors and of course all the actors. I mean, it was the greatest gig ever. Still to this day. I've been working for a while.
Yeah.
So I just, to be honest, it was all kind of fond memories. It was the sweetest gig. I mean, it's hard for me to pick and choose what's the best part of it, but all of it.
And Erica, your character was on an emotional roller coaster. You dealt with some of the most hardest internal struggles of all the characters. What do you say your most difficult scene was?
Difficult is a confusing one, but I mean, obviously it was extremely emotional when she found out she couldn't have the baby.
It makes it really, really hard to get pregnant. And it's just really unlikely. Sorry.
You can't apologize to me for something like that.
I'm just...
That was like the moment. That was the worst. You've been trying to make me cry this whole interview.
I know. You're crying.
I do want to say, you know, as a man watching this, one of the things that I appreciated was you were all super moms, and it almost felt as though this time was a time where women were grappling with this idea of like, you need to be everything, and you have to be a super mom, you have to have this career, and at the same time dealing with both stigmas, and you played both those stigmas.
Yeah.
You played the mom that could do everything, and then you played the mom that walked away for her family.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It's interesting because I am a career woman, but I really get that struggle of retaining your identity. It is a thing that so many parents go through, and especially moms usually, of retaining your identity when you're no longer the most important person in your life. You've clearly put other people before yourself, and then you have to remember to take care of yourself and to take care of what your hopes and dreams and interests and skills are, and just give them time too. So it was really cool to explore that, and then really cool to also experience that afterward.
Jason, was that the intent? Did you set out with this in mind? Because it was pioneering at the time, right?
We got to look at all of these families. We got to look at them as one big, family together, but we got to watch each of them and see how they all had their own kind of struggles and challenges and things that they brought. And that was for Julia's character, that was, definitely, a big part of that story we wanted to explore.
It's so beautiful that you have 4 families or
Yes.
more to just variations on a theme every time. Like tackle the theme from 4 completely different
Right.
viewpoints and see how everybody takes it on, and then kids and Craig and Bonnie, like everybody got to look at this thing from different angles and embrace as many points of view as possible. It was really interesting. It's huge cast.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is Now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is Now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Tell me about what's brought you here today.
Fans. It's really cool that the murmurs of a Parenthood reunion have been very passionate.
And you can hear
So,
some of them in the background.
yeah.
I mean, even today, the fans want to see you back together.
Yeah.
They do. They want our family back on television.
If you had to sum up the legacy of Parenthood, how would you do that?
I think Jason created a world that was both realistic and aspirational. And so I think the idea of real families with real issues and real struggles, but at the end of the day, they would find the love would bring them back together. And so it was both something that people could relate to and aspire to. And I think that's what makes the show so special. And that's what Jason created.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
That was a good answer.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the show is called Parenthood, and it shows how hard parenthood is, but how worth it is.
And all different aspects of parenthood.
Yeah.
There's parenthood, there's grandparenthood, there's sibling love, there's all of it.
One of the things about the show that I would say is that the show allowed all these stories to breathe. We watched all the nuanced moments.
Who's singing this?
This is us. Uncle Crosby helped us make it.
It is
You like it, Grandpa?
Do I like it? I love it.
Good, because we're going to do it again when you turn 80. Dad said we can use a real band then.
That'll be fun. I can sell the CDs at Safeway. Come on. There it is.
Yeah.
It wasn't concerned with telling stories that were, big, plot-driven types of stories. We were able to really watch. It was like watching real life happen.
Yeah, and not wrapped up in pretty bows every 42 minutes.
And not wrapping them up, so quickly.
Yeah.
And sometimes letting things be unresolved.
Yeah.
And that I think is the thing that I think was so beautiful about the show.
I hate to put you on the spot in front of your television children almost. But
Yeah. Who's my favorite?
Yeah.
Well, Monica's always told me that it's her. It's the first thing she said to me. She said, literally.
Like, you better, yeah.
Is that true? I'm your favorite. Wait, what were you going to ask?
Out loud already. Everybody knows. It's fine.
It's on the record now.
But you
It's
want
on
me
the
to
record.
choose?
Yeah.
Which is my favorite
Which
of these?
If you had to choose a scene, which scene?
Oh, a scene.
Yeah, if you had
Oh
to
my
choose
God.
a scene, which scene do you think defines Parenthood?
The thing that's so great about the show is there are so many scenes. You can't define it with one scene because it's a true ensemble.
Mm-hmm.
It is a true ensemble. It's not like it's really about this person, but we have other characters. It's without everybody, it wouldn't be the show that it was. So you can't say that. That said, in the pilot episode, when Peter Krauser's character says to his dad that there's something going on with his son.
Dad, there's something wrong with my son. There's something wrong. What do you mean? There's something wrong. And I'm gonna need you to help me.
That's a moment that I felt was a very scary thing for me to write that scene, and it's one that made me feel like that's the path that we're on when I saw that scene. That's the path we're on in the stories we want to tell in the shows. We want to be that.
And it was
honest.
that moment of vulnerability, an adult man asking
telling
his father,
coming to his father, saying that I need help and something's going on, and because men, they don't want, the men have good, and I'm one of them, have good, strong denial systems. So we don't immediately go to that place. So for him to say that to his father was incredibly moving to me, how vulnerable it was. And of course, writing it was one thing, and then to see Peter and Craig do it was very. There was just, but even as I say that, I can think of. I'm thinking of a dozen others. I'm thinking of hundreds of others, which was to my point.
Everybody, and welcome to your midweek Pop Start Plus. I'm Joe Fryer, filling in for Carson. Coming up, the cast of Rutherford Falls opens up about their show and what it gets right about telling Native American stories. Plus, the terrific Julie Andrews visited Studio 1A this morning. And later, we're going to celebrate the birthday of a Hollywood icon, Meryl Streep. That's all ahead, but let's start with today's Pop Start headlines from Chanel.
Can we talk about Stranger Things?
Yes. Okay.
A new trailer is out for Volume 2 of the hit series' 4th season, and it features, you guessed it, in honor of Savannah, Kate Bush's breakout 80s jam, Running Up That Hill. The second half of this season is being broken down into 2 super-sized episodes. Okay, so if you're a fan, the first will run 1 hour and 20 minutes, and the finale is slated for a whopping 2 hours and 20 minutes. And look at this, by the looks of the new trailer, fans can expect Season 4 to continue bringing on the darkness as the Hawkins gang takes on Vecna in the Upside Down.
But I have this terrible feeling. It might not work out for us this time.
It is over. Now I just want you to watch.
Okay, so apparently you're going to want to sleep with the lights on after this one. Volume 2 starts streaming July 1st on Netflix.
I started season 4.
Yes.
It's solid.
Yeah,
It's
so good. Everybody says
yes,
it's dark.
It's very dark.
Very dark.
Very.
But everybody who
Lots of
watches it
characters.
loves it. All right, next up, Michael J. Fox. Yesterday, the beloved actor was named on the Oscars list of honorary recipients for this year's Governor's Award. This fall, Fox will receive the Jean Hersholt Humanitarian Award for his advocacy work with Parkinson's disease and research. The actor was diagnosed with the condition more than 30 years ago. He was 29 at the time. In a statement, the Academy praised Fox, saying his, quote, boundless optimism exemplifies the impact of one person in changing the future for millions. I like that. Fox will receive his Oscar alongside fellow honorary recipients, filmmaker who's on Policy, musician Diane Warren, and director Peter Weir. The Governor's Awards are scheduled for November 19th. All right, next up, Legacy, the true story, I know, of the LA Lakers. The Lakers are back in the small screen spotlight. This is a new docuseries. It's headed to Hulu following HBO's wildly popular scripted show, Winning Time. That one, starring Quincy Isaiah, John C. Reilly, and Adrian Brody. LA's real ballers are taking center stage in this new project. Again, it's called Legacy. It's set to follow the rise of real estate tycoon Jerry Buss's Showtime-era team and explore the drama they faced on and off the court. So the first trailer is packed with some of the franchise's biggest names. LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, Magic Johnson, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, just to name a few. Take a look.
They would turn down the lights and say, it's showtime.
It wasn't showtime. It was greatness.
Jerry Buss was the director. Magic's the star. It's a huge hit.
It was so simple.
We have a terrific team if we just play the right way.
Dr. Buss came up with the Laker girls.
And all of a sudden, there was entertainment all through the league. I can't think of any other owner who has made such an impact on the NBA.
And then the business of basketball kicked in.
There's a family feud brewing over who will run the Los Angeles Lakers.
There's never enough success to go around.
That's what it is. It is the real life succession.
There you go.
Sorry, sold.
And see, a lot of people don't know about what happened behind the scenes, right?
Constant family drama.
Yeah.
Constant family drama.
Well, so no official release date has been announced. It's a 10-part series. 10 parts.
Like The Last Dance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
You
that's
told me
right.
to watch it. I never regret it.
Do you remember that? It was
so
like must-see
good.
TV.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, let's talk about the Minions. Steve Carell's worlds are colliding in a new featurette with the lovable little yellow guys. Carell's animated character Gru and the whole Minion gang recreated The Office's famous opening credit sequence, but there's a twist. They've turned the Scranton Paper Company into Dunder Minion Evil Company Incorporated. Take a peek. That's cute. Brilliant. So, Minions, The Rise of Gru is in theaters next month. And coming up, we'll have much more on the film. One of the stars, Dame Julie Andrews. She'll be here live. You guys are talking.
We got a little sneak peek of Minions. It's great. It's really good.
My kids loved it too. I heard them laughing out loud. Funny. All right, finally, Beyonce. Following Break My Soul's release, Beyonce's new single is breaking the internet. In just the last 24 hours, the Beehive has been lighting up social media and praising the dancey track from her upcoming album, Renaissance. Actress Kerry Washington echoed the cries of the masses, simply tweeting, "Praise be." Grammy and Oscar-winning drummer Questlove put his stamp of approval on the track, writing online, "This, Craig, is the song of the summer."
We called it yesterday.
That's what you said. And guys, even former First Lady Michelle Obama jumped in, tweeting, "Queen Beyonce, you've done it again." Break My Soul is the song we all need right now, and I can't help but dance and sing along while listening to it. Have you had a chance to hear it?
Yes, I have. It's a terrific song, and I think it really speaks to how everyone's feeling in this moment. It's like it's time to turn the beat around,
and
that's what
some joy.
Yes,
it's about joy.
She's got it. She's found it. She's found it.
While you were talking about finding your joy, look who just
more joy.
Yay!
Look more joy. Look who stepped into the studio.
She's here.
Right. We are graced
Hello,
by
everybody.
her presence.
Good morning.
Come on. Hello.
Oh, you're twins. I know. I wanted to dress
like twinning.
Oh, well, how did we know?
We are so happy to have you visiting us today. We have so much to talk about. You got an incredible honor just a couple of weeks ago, 2 years in the making.
I did.
A lot to discuss, but we'll be back with Miss Julie in just a little bit. And you're working with the Minions too. So much to talk about.
That's the latest you need to know from today. Still to come, we're catching up with Ed Helms and his Rutherford Falls co-stars.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. The Peacock show Rutherford Falls follows the goings-on in a small northeastern town that borders a Native American reservation. It's been touted as a breakthrough in representation on and behind the camera with 6 Native writers. And the cast told us why their storytelling is so important.
Rutherford Falls, in a nutshell, it's
a small northeastern town with some kind of colonial pride that exists on the border of the fictional Minneshanka reservation. The communities interact with each other and they work together and they have conflicts as well.
The show kind of dives into the politics behind
whose land is whose and who founded the town.
I think it is something where it's like there's a wonderful small town comedy, but within that there's incredible themes of revisionist history and native joy and reclaiming identity and redefining identity. There's a lot of complex themes, but that just gets delivered in a palatable, lighthearted, hilarious, and heartfelt comedy.
A bunch of years ago, Lawrence Rutherford wrote and signed a legally binding agreement with the Minneshanka. That's why this town exists. That's why all of you exist. Okay? Lawrence Rutherford is our forefather. He's our Adam and Eve, our Tigris and Euphrates. And that statue, which sits on my family's land, commemorates all that he gave us. If you don't get that, well, you're just an ungrateful boob. Yeah.
I think in season 1, we, explored the Nathan character and this concept of his legacy. We kind of blow it up by the end of the season. And you also watch characters like Terry and Regan really level up and get what they've been sort of fighting for many, many years. And so in season 2, it's a real kind of fun exploration of what does it feel like when you're starting from scratch and you have to kind of build a legacy for yourself, and then also what happens when you do have it all and get what you want, and is that sometimes harder than having to start over again. We really leaned into the ensemble. I feel like we really got to explore and find out how funny these characters are and different dynamics that we enjoyed and dynamics we hadn't tried yet. And so it's a real sort of, there's a lot of romance and a lot of silliness this year, and I'm just really excited for people to see it.
I think that comedy is inviting. To generate laughter for people is a gift. I think also, specifically for Native people and Native storylines, we have been relegated to drama historically in this industry. And so it's been actually very fun and easy to elevate us into a comedy space and to utilize the writing of other Native comedians and non-Native comedians.
I always think of this quote from Judd Apatow where he said, when someone's laughing, it's the only time I'm sure that they don't hate me. And so, or something like that. I might have butchered it a little bit, but it speaks to a greater beauty and truth about comedy, and especially comedic storytelling, which is you can tell stories about awful characters or characters that make awful mistakes, and Nathan certainly is that, and Regan is that at times. But if you're keeping the audience laughing, then they're also kind of empathizing, and they're also connecting, and they're not hating that character for making these mistakes. And that's, I think, a very powerful thing that without articulating it that clearly, we have strived for in making Rutherford Falls.
And all of them reaching out to bring in art communities and just sort of.
As an Indigenous, frankly, I think us to, in a way, of cultural authenticity. Rutherford Falls, I would wear that. The writing came from art. That allowed me to sort of just really be a better actor. To be very clear, all the success, that I've had, as an actor, being recognized for my work on season 1, came because Sierra and the rest of the creators we're shouldering the load, carrying things that would allow Jana and myself and the other Indigenous actors to really just level up. So I'm so grateful for that.
I feel like when it comes to Native stories on television that's made by non-Native people, there's usually an element of like hold for applause, or it just feels like homework, and you're just like, oh god. And we always were like, let's avoid kind of feeling, at every turn. And so in our lives as Native storytellers, I find that often very complex things will happen to us, and they'll be coupled with comedy. And I always was like, if we could just tell our story as we experience it, I think people will not only get a real view into our experience, but they'll also be very entertained and will find it funny. Once Native people are in on the joke, it's a really wonderful experience for any viewer coming into the show.
So awesome to hear from those folks. We should mention Rutherford Falls is available on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal. Up next, a beloved icon, Julie Andrews.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you, Richie. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. You know it's going to be a good day when you're in the presence of Julie Andrews. And earlier today, she stopped by Studio 1A to talk about her legendary career, including her latest role in Minions, The Rise of Gru. Check it out.
The legendary Julie Andrews is known for her iconic roles in The Sound of Music, Mary Poppins, and The Princess Diaries. Well, now she's back in a role that's not like her other ones. She's voicing Gru's mother in Minions, The Rise of Gru. And let's just say she's not the most nurturing mother in the world. Take a listen.
Mom, who is this sweaty guy? He's stinking up the house. I thought you were cooking cabbage.
He's my new guru. Tell your weird buddies they better stop pulling their weight around here, or I'm kicking them out. They are killing my mellow vibe.
Oh my gosh, this is so out of character and beautiful and lovely. Was it fun playing the character?
She's the worst mother ever. And it's sort of fun to do in a way.
Yeah. How did you get into that character? That's the opposite of you.
I think Steve Carell helped a great deal because I listened to his voice and what he sounded like, and he'd already decided before I came aboard. So I thought, well, I'd better be a sort of version of what he is, because we obviously come from the same place, and I raised him sort of. And so I chose a sort of middle European odd voice.
I kind of love that accent.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but there she is.
I loved watching you get your American Film Institute Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh, thank you.
It was a beautiful moment, and it was made even more beautiful because there was a moment where all the Von Trapp kids came out.
I know.
Can we please just show this clip? Because
there's only 5 of them. There were, of course, 7 children, but we are missing 2, sadly. They passed.
Well, it was so...
Look at them, look.
And it was a sing-along. I could have picked Friedrich out of a lineup.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, right?
Oh, yes.
What was it like being reunited with them?
But you wouldn't recognize the little baby. That's the beautiful blonde lady there.
Tell me, what was it like being with them again and hearing the song?
We do keep in touch, but not on a really regular basis. I mean, Christmases, maybe birthdays, and certainly get-togethers. But we just bonded so hard that I think we're family anyway.
Well, this song and this movie means so much to so many. When we hear it, we are taken right back.
And to me.
Yeah, tell me what it does mean to you and for you.
Well, it really was it was a most beautifully crafted movie. I mean, the details in the movie, first of all, the scenery, children, songs, music, all of it. But it means very, very many memories, funny ones, real ones, lovely ones, and working with dear Chris Plummer also.
Oh, amazing.
Whom I adored, and we were friends for years.
How old were you when you shot this movie?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I must have been 31, I think.
31 years old.
Yeah.
Wow. Just reflecting on this career and Mary Poppins and an Oscar and all these awards. Do you ever just sit with it all? I know you did at a moment like that, but do you
Well,
ever?
I did, and was wonderfully surprised by that tribute. But no, I don't think I do. I'm a busy mum, and I'm very busy writing with my daughter that writes books with me, and we've done so many. We've got 3 more coming out in the next year. One's coming out in the fall, actually.
Well, you don't stop with those books. Those are some of the favorites in our house, too.
Thank you.
One of the things that surprised one of our cast members, Savannah Guthrie, was she's a Bridgerton freak. What she didn't know, is that the voice of Lady Whistledown, and we're going to play it, who she was. Let's take a listen.
My name is Lady Whistledown. You do not know me, and rest assured you never shall. But be forewarned, dear reader, I certainly know you.
Okay, this is you. Miss Guthrie, are you... She said her
My mind is blown.
She did not,
you didn't know it was me?
I had no idea, which is actually speaks to what a wonderful performance it is.
Yeah.
It's not Julie Andrews, it's Lady Whistledown.
You know, I've never met the company in person. Of course, I see them on the show sometimes, but I do all my own recording far, far away from them.
And do you like you've seen the show? What do you think of that show?
Oh, I think it's gorgeous looking. Yeah, and they're all wonderful in it, and they're lovely people to work with. I mean, Shonda Rhimes and the whole gang down are terrific. So there you are. It's a joy, and I'm thrilled that they asked me. You just played the one line that I always say, because I don't record everything at one time. So to get back into character again, my first warm-up is, my name is Lady Whistledown, you know.
Don't you love it? It's so good. Harry's there too.
But that'll get me back into character if I do it.
Well, you are such a delight, and I would encourage people to listen to the speech that you gave when you got your Lifetime Achievement Award, because you spent your speech and your moment congratulating so many other people who work behind the scenes. It was beautiful and just exactly the way you do it.
I'm so glad you got it. I got it. Where would we be without everybody around us and helping and being wonderful and professional?
You're an amazing human being. We so appreciate you coming to our studio. We love when you're here. Come back with your book.
I'd love to.
You know, and bring your daughter, of course.
Thank you. I'd love to.
What a light, that Julie Andrews. Minions: The Rise of Gru from Universal Pictures and Illumination Entertainment is in theaters on July 1st. Coming up, a 90s throwback you will not want to miss with another legend, Meryl Streep.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The lovely and uber talented Meryl Streep celebrates turning 73 today. She has had so many terrific roles, but today we thought we'd highlight one in particular. Here she is speaking with Today back in 1995 about playing Francesca Johnson in The Bridges of Madison County.
The much-anticipated movie version of Robert Waller's bestseller, The Bridges of Madison County, opens tomorrow, and it's already drawing rave reviews. It's the story of a middle-aged Iowa housewife who meets a globe-trotting photographer while he's on assignment taking pictures of Iowa's covered bridges. In the end, she must make a choice many women may wish they had. Actress Meryl Streep stars with Clint Eastwood, who also directed. Streep says she disliked the book but loved the screenplay. When she sat down with me recently, I asked her how the movie differs from the book.
You know, I get the distinct feeling that I'm lost.
Are you supposed to be in Iowa?
Yeah?
Well, then, you're not that lost.
They took the treacle out of it, or whatever was too sweet, and they left what was still powerful and passionate.
How did Clint Eastwood convince you to do it? I know that he has said, I made one call, and it was to you.
Well, first he called my friend and said, how do I get her private number? And of course my friend gave it to him. And so the phone rang in the kitchen, and he said, is this Clint Eastwood? And I said, you know, I thought it was my brother. I said, yeah, sure, get off. And it was. And he said, I just want you to read this. The next morning it arrived, and I called him right back and said I'd love to do it. And I never had a doubt about it again, because, too, in the book, the woman was kind of a cipher. I couldn't get a picture of her. And in the screenplay, she was there. She was there on the first page to the last page, same person. So specific and lovely, and I said, you know, I want to do it. Would you like some iced tea?
Other than specific and lovely, how would you describe this woman, Francesca Johnson?
Francesca is someone whose loneliness is partly because she's been displaced from her childhood and the dreams of her childhood, and placed in a life where she's happy, she's content, and but the palette of her life, the landscape of her life is maybe limited, and she sees the limits of it, and it's the periphery of her property. And when she meets this man who's been all these wonderful places and is the opposite, and when they discover that his yearning is for that warm kitchen, that centeredness that she has, and her yearning is for the other thing that he possesses, the adventure and the endless sort of opportunity.
I can run around the block howling in agony studying.
She thought she could see it, and she could see the horizon, and suddenly everything changed. And that was very appealing. About 2.5 weeks in, which was halfway through the movie, because we worked very fast, he said, you know, I don't say much, but that means it's good. So I said, so, you like it? And he said, yeah. So it was really one of those experiences that's kind of effortless.
Here's a fun fact. Meryl was nominated for the Oscar for her performance in that film. We hope you're having a great birthday, Mrs. Streep. And that is another Pop Start Plus in the books. Join us tomorrow for another great show. Until then, have a good one.
Hello, Today All Day Nation. So glad you're here for Today in 30. It is Wednesday morning.
It is Wednesday, a busy one here in the studio. We're starting off with the Senate advancing a bipartisan bill on some new gun laws. Some are calling it the most significant overhaul in nearly 30 years. We'll have a full report from D.C. straight ahead.
And then if you are planning a beach vacation, you're going to want to listen to this one. Some eye-opening new research is revealing that sharks are now spending more time closer to shore along populated city coastlines. Hi. Carrie Sanders, who else will have that story?
All that, plus we welcomed an icon to Studio 1A, Dame Julie Andrews, the legendary actress. She stars in the new Minions movie. We chatted with her about that and the very big honor she received for her 7 decades-long career. So I don't think we should waste any more time. Should we get going?
Let's do it.
It's time for
Today in 30. We'll start with NBC's Peter Alexander in Washington. Peter, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. So this is a rare bipartisan achievement, putting a long-awaited package of new gun restrictions on track to pass through Congress, possibly by the end of this week. The deal beefs up background checks for the youngest gun buyers, and it toughens penalties on gun traffickers, among other things. It is a compromise bill. This is not going to satisfy everyone, but it marks the first significant agreement on guns in nearly 30 years. This morning, after decades of partisan gridlock, a major breakthrough in Congress. 14 Republicans joining all 50 Democrats to advance a new compromise on gun restrictions.
This is a breakthrough. And more importantly, it's a bipartisan breakthrough.
The deal includes enhanced background checks for people between 18 and 21. Closing the so-called boyfriend loophole, preventing romantic partners convicted of domestic violence from buying guns, directing more money for states to implement their own plans to address gun violence, and billions for school security upgrades and mental health services.
This grant program will give every state funding that implements programs that they themselves have adopted to stop individuals in crisis from reaching the point of violence or self-harm.
Despite the progress, the bill falls well short of what some Democrats, including President Biden, had pushed for in the wake of recent mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo. There is no ban on assault rifles, no universal background checks, and no sweeping red flag laws that would allow authorities to temporarily confiscate guns from potentially dangerous people. But top Democrats are touting the agreement.
Congress is back on the path to take meaningful action to address gun violence.
And Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell calls the deal a common-sense package of popular steps that will help make these horrifying incidents less likely, while fully upholding the Second Amendment. The NRA quick with its opposition last night, saying in a statement this legislation can be abused to restrict lawful gun purchases and infringe upon rights of law-abiding Americans. Now, on the other side, one top Senate Democrat says the bill is not everything that is needed, not by a mile, and that she and others will continue pushing for tougher laws. But she said she supports the agreement because, in Senator Patty Murray's words, the most extreme option on the table is doing nothing at all. Savannah?
All All right, Peter, thank you very much. New research just in time for summer on sharks.
Yeah, scientists have now found that they are actually spending more time along populated city coastlines and may even be attracted to certain specific areas.
NBC's senior national correspondent, Carrie Sanders, joins us from Florida with more on findings that are a bit surprising here, Carrie.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good morning from a seaweed-strewn beach here. You know, scientists used to think that sharks were like other big predators, say like the grizzly bear, trying to stay as far away from us, humans, as possible. But now this new research shows that sharks may be a little bit more like raccoons or coyotes, where they go ahead and adapt to the environment where they are. So if they're close to the city, that's where they are. And as we know, these sharp-toothed predators can paint their town red. With beach season officially in full swing this morning, new findings on the ocean's most feared predators. Contrary to what shark experts first believed, researchers at the University of Miami Rosenstiel School have discovered sharks are surprisingly spending more time closer to populated coastlines. While researchers did not specifically track great whites like Bruce, they did follow some of his blood brothers, great hammerheads, bull sharks, and nurse sharks.
I was literally shocked to find out that not only were the 3 different species of sharks coming to these areas, but they're spending some considerable time there, some of them for months.
The unexpected findings come after years of shark tracking off the Miami coast. We were there with Dr. Neil Hammerschlag and his team in 2020 as they tagged the city-dwelling swimmers.
On days with the highest boat activity, which were holidays like July 4th or during weekends, the sharks' habitat use was pretty much the same as it was during weekdays or times where there was no boat activity.
So it's like an interstate and the sharks are just fine with it.
It might be because they're just so used to it.
The study also identifying potential shark hotspots, areas where sharks were attracted by sewage runoff, discarded fish carcasses, and even fish parts from the nearby Miami Seaquarium, all easy food sources for sharks.
You think of humans in big cities snacking on fast food. It looks like the sharks are doing that too. We're seeing some of those nurse sharks actually get a bit fatter, wider.
Even bright lights above the surface are attracting the ferocious fish. Something Dr. Hammerschlag pointed out during our dive.
Actually on an airplane flying over Miami at night. Everything was lit up by city lights, and it made me think about how there's really nowhere where an animal could escape the urbanization.
Are those lights drawing sharks, scaring sharks away? Any impact?
I think that basically the lights might attract small little bait fish, which attract bigger fish, which attract sharks that are out hunting for those fish.
The research pointing to the impact even landlubbers have under the sea.
Whether it's through noise pollution, light pollution, chemical pollution, fishing, that's going to have an impact on the local shark population. So I think we got to think about being good neighbors.
I mean, so Carrie, it begs the question here, with sharks being closer to these populated coastlines, does that mean we can expect more shark attacks?
That is such a good question, Craig, because the science can be misinterpreted. What this means is that the sharks are closer to shore, and they've always been there, we just didn't know it. So the experts say it's unlikely we're going to see an increase in the number of shark attacks, but beware, there's probably a shark right off here now. Guys.
All right. Carrie Sanders for us there in the shark-infested waters of Lauderdale by the Sea. Thank you, Carrie.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with today's summer savings. So this morning, help for one of the many impacts of soaring inflation, and that is your food budget.
Yeah, inescapable. These days, fewer families are dining out. Rising prices on groceries have a lot of folks looking for new, less expensive options in the supermarket.
Well, NBC's senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen to the rescue. Hi, Vic. Good morning.
Good morning. This is a fun one, and I learned a lot, too, about things you can do in the kitchen to make a difference. Our home kitchens these days are a mix of low-price staples, takeout cartons, and condiments, where families are really putting together quick, creative meals to help them deal with the soaring costs of food.
With high inflation causing families to cut back on dining and entertainment, getting creative in the kitchen has become the new night out.
Back in World War I, they said victory is in the kitchen, and I feel like we're right back to that again right now.
Luckily, the bread baking, canning, and pickling skills many of us picked up during the pandemic are paying off in this season of high costs.
What are some ways people can splurge on their meals and still make them feel special and still stay on a budget?
Cook once, eat twice is a great way to stay on a budget. So if you have a favorite meal, maybe it's like a pad thai or something like that, and you cook it once, you can eat twice. So make enough to eat twice. So less effort, less money spent, making one big batch there. Another great way to do some of your favorite things is the supplementals. Use some of that kitchen equipment that you haven't touched in a while, that food processor, your blender. Those are all going to be tricks and tips that are going to help you get through this and save a little bit of money.
In a recent survey by marketing firm Veracast, 61% said they've pulled back spending on restaurants and delivery over the last 6 months. And when families do order takeout, they're making those meals last longer, adding special ingredients from home.
Maybe they'll order an extra container of rice, and then the next day combine that with leftovers to make a quick fried rice with this kind of a restaurant meets semi-homemade moment.
It's a spicy condiment made with oil and chili flakes.
Editors at thekitchen.com say folks are looking to stretch their dollars without giving up all the goodies.
And I see people really kind of doing these high-low shopping moments where you might have bulk rice, bulk beans, but you're ordering this small batch salsa matcha from a small maker.
Other ways to save without sacrificing flavor: growing your own herbs and skipping expensive products that could easily be made at home.
A jar of pasta sauce can cost up to $10 when you can make it for a fraction of that with a can of tomato product, whether it's pureed or crushed, an onion, some fresh garlic, and a little bit of chili flakes. It's much easier on the budget.
Also, buying whole grains and plant-based foods can be healthier and cheaper than meat.
What about cooking with ethnic or international ingredients and shopping at those different markets?
Ethnic foods and international foods are a great way to get a ton of flavor without spending a lot of money. A lot of those meals are grain-based already, and you just have to pick up a few inexpensive spices.
Embrace variety, experts say, and you might end up finding new comfort foods for less.
And by the way, sales of food storage and preservation products, those are also going up, according to one market research firm, because a lot of folks are using leftovers to stretch their food dollars. They're trying to be more mindful of food waste and making that meal last a few more days.
Absolutely. What about produce and meat? Because those are always the most expensive thing. Hard to save on those.
Yes. So you want to think about your community service, community-supported agriculture, the CSAs or the local farms in your area. So whether it's a cattle rancher or dairy farmer, egg farmer, that can actually be a way to support your local farmers and save, and the same goes for produce. And by the way, there are these subscription and delivery services. They'll drop off boxes for you. You don't get to pick, but it's what's fresh, it's what's in season. It might be ugly sometimes, but it's perfectly healthy, perfectly nutritious.
You know, there's this crazy thing I got called a Yonana.
Yes.
Do you know about the
You're big into
Yonana?
that, yes.
It's called Yonana. You take all your bananas that are about to go bad that you're going to throw away. You freeze them. You take them, you put them in this machine, you grind it down, and you put like an Oreo cookie in. It tastes like ice cream.
wow.
I'm not kidding.
with an Oreo.
You can add strawberries, but it's a way because your produce is going to go bad.
Yes.
And it substitutes for dessert.
Totally.
I got it from Stephanie Rule, you know.
Kids love it.
But it's awesome.
Yonana.
Yeah, try
You're
it.
wearing the Yonana color today as well.
I love that. And your little tip about making your own smoothies?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, that's the same thing,
It's a
right? Because
no-brainer.
like
Yeah.
it's $10 for a
10
smoothie
bucks.
out in the world. You just throw some frozen strawberries and a
Yeah.
banana. Your kids don't know the difference. Good for you. Good
Right,
for them.
they're drinking it.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
And you can also
that
use
way
some
too.
frozen bananas as well.
Exactly.
Try it. You'll love it. I'm not
Thank you,
kidding.
Dana.
Real good.
Yonana.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here's a cute little boost. All right, so check out a great moment between two fans at yesterday's game between the LA Angels and the Kansas City Royals. So Royals outfielder MJ Melendez tosses a ball into the right field stands. The man who catches it is all pumped up, but he then decides to pass to a young boy sitting in front. How sweet, right? Later, when Angels' Jared Walsh hit a home run, the boy's own father gets the ball.
Kid's dad's gonna come up with
And he gives it to his son, of course.
Yeah.
Without even hesitating, the boy takes the original ball and throws it back to the fan who caught it.
That's awesome.
How about
Good
that?
man.
That's awesome.
Raised a good son.
I feel like we're seeing more of that at baseball stadiums across the country this season.
I love it. Good sports.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
We haven't been this excited in a very long time. Dame Julie Andrews is in studio with us this morning.
Yes, of course. She has starred in some of the most beloved films in our time, including Best Picture winner The Sound of Music and the coming-of-age classic The Princess Diaries.
Well, her latest role is a bit more animated in the Minions Rise of Gru.
Julie once again plays Gru's mom, Marlena Gru, a character that she describes as deliciously dreadful.
Oh, no, she's the worst mum in the world.
What? Mom, who is this sweaty guy? He's stinking up the house. I thought you were cooking cabbage.
He's my new guru. Tell your weird buddies they better stop pulling their weight around here, or I'm kicking them out. They are killing my mellow vibes. Good.
I didn't know it was you.
Julie Andrews.
Such a terrible lady.
The opposite of you.
Well, whatever. I mean, do you think there's a little bit of her in me? I don't know.
No. Here's the thing. My kids, we watched it on Friday. My son's 8. My daughter's 5. They loved it.
Oh, good. I haven't seen it yet. I'm dying. Well, I've been very busy traveling lately, but I'm dying to see it.
It's fun.
She, this not to give away too much, but she's a pretty bad mom.
Oh, she's terrible. Yeah, go on.
So there's an obvious correlation between her parenting and the fact that her son comes out as a supervillain.
Yes.
It's the reason he's a supervillain, I'm sure. I mean, with a mum like that, I think he would be. Yeah.
So it's interesting to hear you.
With a mum like that, I think he would be. Yeah.
So it's interesting to hear you haven't seen it yet. I'm also imagining where you voice over this stuff. Do you have? Are you just doing this at home? Do you guys?
Well,
work
I have
together?
a nice secret. I'll tell you. When COVID hit, I was going into a studio all the time, in a very lovely studio, quite close. But with COVID and everything was like, do you think you might send us some temp tracks or something from home? I have a grandson that is an editor and a sound man, does all of that. He's all of 25 years old.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He said, Granny, I'll build you a little studio. So he commandeered one of our upstairs closets.
That's awesome.
And it's hung with blankets and drapes and stuffed with pillows for sound and all of that. And I go in and kind of throw the last blanket over me and practically expire in there, but I get I do get all my recording done in there.
And voila.
And it's perfect. And now I don't want to go anywhere else.
Of course.
It's all convenient.
I didn't know it was you. I watched the whole thing last night with my kiddos, and I said, guys, we're interviewing Julie Andrews tomorrow. I'm like, which one was she? So they waited for the credits. And I said, Mom, it was the mom. I'm like, oh.
It's one of the hardest ones, voiceovers that I've ever done.
That's awesome.
Because she's kind of complicated lady.
Yeah, I'm sure she
quite
is.
the accent.
Exactly. So listen, you were you were recently honored with the 48th AFI Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah.
I thought it was so cool. I don't know if you were surprised, but you had the Von Trapp children. They were there.
There were 7 that sadly we're without.
Yes.
Who are no longer with us. But the 5 of them would, well, I do keep in touch with them and I know them. And, we exchange Christmas cards and birthdays and stuff. But I just love them dearly. And there they are.
You know, it's so interesting. So this isn't about me, but my husband's from Nigeria. And he moved here when he was 14. And we started dating. He was 17. I was 18. And we connected because you came up, and he used to love the sound of music, and so did I. And I just thought how it just goes to show how this show it was global. I mean, you got a little boy in Nigeria and a girl in Kansas obsessed with the product. Do you
Isn't
know what
that
I mean?
amazing? It just shows how, I guess, universal
Isn't it
it is.
amazing?
Yeah. Well, it's all about love. And how can you put it down when it's got so much music and so much beautiful scenery?
Yeah,
and a lot of kids.
Before we go, speaking of voiceover, you're the voice of Lady Thistledown in Whistledown.
I love the one we didn't
You watch Bridgerton?
I do. Let me rephrase it. Deborah watches, and I kind of sit there.
Said on air a little earlier ago that my one line is my name is Lady Whistledown, and I get into it by saying that before I start recording, and it kind of brings me back into that voice.
I had no idea.
Maybe it's no different from my ordinary voice.
No, we didn't know.
Do you change it at all? I mean, is there any attitude change for it?
Well, for that lady?
Yes.
Well, she gets very caustic from time to time, and she puts people down and talks about, she's more a teaser than anything else. When will we discover such and such and such and such?
I just want to listen to you just talk.
I know.
I just want to hear all your stories.
I know.
I've read your book, but I just want to hear it in your voice, which I guess there's an audio version somewhere.
And these days have a lot of stories.
And we've got some children's books on the way, too.
Yes, we do. We do. We've got one coming out in the fall, and it's called The First Notes. And believe it or not, it's about the monk in the 11th century who actually invented the solfege, the scale of do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Do us a favor.
In the 11th century. Yeah.
Really?
Come back when the children's books are out, and so we can talk
I'd
about
love
this.
to. I'd love to, and I'll bring Emma with me because you wrote it.
Yes.
And make sure you tell me what you're wearing so we can coordinate it.
Dame Julie
Don't forget to
Andrews
call.
and her twin, Dame
This is the
Chanel
dream.
Jones. It's called Minions. Minions, The Rise of Gru, from our sister company, Universal Pictures and Illumination Entertainment. It is in theaters. July 1st.
You're a light.
I gotta go see it.
You
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you, Richie.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, packing for a beach day can sometimes be a little stressful. There's a ton of stuff you want to bring. When you have kids, there's always more.
Those bags are sandy. Okay, so here to help us pack the best beach bag with everything you need for a perfect day, Good Housekeeping style director, Lori Bergamato.
Hey,
Good morning, ladies.
I'm
so excited it's beach time.
I know. It is exciting, but it can be stressful. And so picking the right beach bag, we're going to start with this one from Scout. It's called their BJ bag. And what we love about this one is it comes in a ton of different patterns. It has 4 exterior pockets you can see up here, which is great because you always want something you can easily grab, right? And it has a structured interior. I don't know about you guys, but when I have a beach bag that's like loosey-goosey, it's like into the black hole. I can't find anything. I'm just digging. It's endless, right?
You know what else is great about this? Is it feels waterproof.
Exactly. It's water resistant and you can wipe it clean, which you really need to do. So if you, next we'll move on to the towels. These are from Doc.
Is it a towel?
Now I was just going to say, feel it. It feels a little bit different than your terry cloth, right? Okay, let me explain. You guys, these do gangbusters on Amazon because they have a gazillion positive reviews. So Good Housekeeping's Textile Lab actually tested these out, and they are sand resistant. And they are quick absorb, okay?
So you could lay on it.
So you can lay on it. You won't get sand all over it. And
sand
even
resistant, like sand won't go on this?
Yes.
Go on it, but you
just
shake
go
it
like
right
that,
off.
and it goes
Usually
right
towels
off.
ground in there.
And so it is different than like your average bath towel, but they're $20.
Wow,
how
they're really
cool is
cute,
that?
too. I like the yellow and white.
Okay, this I'm
Water
obsessed with, the bindle, but not just a water bottle.
What else does it
So it has a stash compartment. You can see they took it off here.
For snacks?
Well, you could put snacks in it, but it's more for like keys, money. Jenna, we have to hang out. Because snacks would have been my #1 choice too.
I want to put Cheetos up in there.
But isn't that great?
Yes.
Think about it. You need your ear pods.
Exactly.
Your keys.
So you can keep your items.
$20.
Exactly. And then you don't have to worry. You can leave it at the beach because nobody's going to steal your water bottle, right?
Right.
Oh, is that your new favorite
I think it might be.
She loves water bottles.
Vacuum insulated so you can keep hot drinks or cold.
And it's still got a lot of room for the drink, even though the stuff's
I still would put some Cheetos on the bottom.
All right. Well, I'm coming to the beach with Jenna. Okay, this is really fun. So this is the MD Solar Sciences sunscreen. I know everybody has like their favorite sunscreen. You guys have kids. You know that putting a sunscreen, like a lotion sunscreen on a kid is like wrestling an angry worm. Like you just can't get that on them. This is great because it's compact. Also, you can use this for you guys. You can use it for your kids.
And you can put it in the side pocket of your beach bag.
You could even stuff it in the bottom.
It's hypoallergenic, fragrance-free. It's an amazing thing. These are packable, you guys. So this is from J. Crew, the wide packable.
So small on our heads. It's embarrassing.
No hats have ever fit
Why do you make me a hat?
I love how they're like,
J. Crew, you can pack it too.
Why didn't you
they
get
always
us
say it
larges?
fits all, and it never does.
fits our
We're going to get you one that fits. This is the I Live speaker, under $20. Good Housekeeping tested this out. This is great because it attaches to your beach bag.
Cute.
And it's super durable, has an IPX5 rating.
I love it. Okay, this is it.
Do you play Uno? You guys
Yes.
families? Oh my God. Okay. Uno flip. Have you played this? Oh, you guys, get ready.
We don't know.
There's a flip card. card. This is the flip card right here. So when somebody plays that card, you flip it over. Meaning they're double-sided, you guys. The game is endless.
And
so brace yourself, and they're waterproof. It is the ultimate beach game.
Why does it come like this?
Because you can attach it to your beach bag. You don't have to keep it like that.
last
You just attach it to your beach bag.
cool.
Knockarounds. This is a fashion editor favorite.
Why?
These are because they look really
cute on
chic.
you.
They're under $25 and they're polarized.
really
Ooh,
cute.
those look so
Look
good
at
on you.
I like
Guys,
those on you.
knockaround is
those
where
on
it's
you.
at. Styles galore, and you don't have to worry because they're $24 if they, you know, you leave them at the beach. Look at you two ladies.
I like you in black.
those.
These look good. That's the right size.
I love how this has turned into a sunglass modeling segment.
Is that what you're
Oh, no, those are the ones. Those are the ones. Those are perfect.
Come back tomorrow. We got another big show.
Yeah, we're going to see you then. Enjoy your Wednesday.
Bye.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level, obviously, is the Pekin Noodle Parlor. And then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they've told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if it happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college. And I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays, at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked I was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States. Right?
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
Exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation, and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse. Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. And that's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. There's a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
Good morning. Breakthrough. Overnight, the Senate moves forward on new gun laws, a bipartisan deal for the first time in nearly 3 decades.
Congress is back on the path to take meaningful action to address gun violence.
This morning, the supporters calling it the most significant step in a generation, and the critics who say it doesn't go near far enough. Abject failure. The top cop in Texas hammers the police response to the Uvalde school massacre.
Stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children.
Just ahead, the stunning revelations and disturbing new timeline revealed at that emotional hearing.